e transforma um mundo em um só. Faz parte da cultura inglesa trazer este mundo até você. Aprender inglês de verdade, de forma faz parte da cultura inglesa. Com os professores mais capacitados do mercado que te ajudarão a falar inglês desde a primeira aula. Ser a escola de inglês mais completa, com as melhores condições de pagamento, faz parte da cultura inglesa. O mundo faz parte da cultura inglesa.
And welcome all to another wonderful broadcast we have here tonight. Once again, I am Trevor, Audio Goodrich, joined by my main man, Teacher Bruno, and we've got another Cultura Inglesa tournament going on. Tonight, it's going to be the intermediate and pre-intermediate English groups taken to the Rift and battling out to see who is the better league player.
Yeah, man. Let's hope that today brings as much craziness as yesterday, right?
I'm not sure that I can handle any more craziness like that, Bruno. It'd be tough, honestly, to top what yesterday brought. We saw the two Jax bots going at each other, mirror matchup in the top lane. We saw Warwick 1v9 just dominating the Rift and really living up to that 1v9 name on the Kayn. Now, we do have a lot more matches to look at here today, and hopefully we'll get less of the difficulties we had yesterday with having to go through the blind pick and having those bots come in there. So I'm expecting a little bit more normal play, if you can hope for that. Shouldn't see as many Kayns. I hope we get to see some Jhin today, though, although I expect he may be banned away. But we do have 11 teams going at it today. We're going to be starting the quarterfinals. So
so we should have plenty of matches. And as you said, I think today we should expect more normal games per se. So let's see how the draft is gonna go.
Yeah, that's the big question here. We saw the Kayn be super dominant yesterday, and I don't think that was just a Warwick 1v9 thing. He was a great player. He absolutely styled on everybody, but that champion itself is just very powerful right now. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some more players pick it up. Other things like the Jhin. You named yesterday, you were talking about the Amumu and all the tanks that are really currently in the meta. I feel like there's just so much possibility here that I have no clue what we're going to see going into these games. That's a real treat.
Yep. And I think Kayn, if he's going to have a high priority today again, he's pretty good into those tanks. So he might have a field day if people start picking only tanks in the jungle.
Yeah, he absolutely does. The flexibility of the champion is one of its biggest strengths. The fact that you can go into those tank matchups and decide, hey, I want a lot more survivability. Yeah, I'm going to go red Kayn. There's the Gore Drinker for you to help you do that. You want to go to the blue Kayn, there's the Dust Blade, which is another one of those super strong mythic items right now. So kind of whatever path you want to go, Kayn just kind of is the best at what he does. So I think I'm not sure what jungler you could honestly put up against him that he would have a losing matchup. We saw him go up against the Elise, the Vi. Nothing could stop him from dominating and counter-invading all game long.
Yeah, I don't know if the enemy player is feeling more aggressive. Maybe we could see some Kazakhs trying to hop in, kill someone, one-shot someone, hop out. I don't know. That might be interesting.
Yeah, I see your assassin. I raise you one more. That would definitely be great to see. But we are going to be starting in the quarterfinals here today. We're just waiting for the lobbies to get going. And there we have it, the draft screen ready for us. And it is actually, Bruno, going to be the blind pick once again. It seems like this may be the standard going forward, which opens up, of course, a lot of new possibilities. You've got the mirror matchups. You don't have to worry about your powerful picks being taken away. I think this is going to make for a much more interesting couple of games. Don't you agree?
Absolutely. And I would say it makes the games more fun in a way, You never know what you're going to get.
Well, right now we've got the blue team hovering the double marksman, Ivern in the jungle. This is a pick that I haven't seen for quite a while, but there's like I said, a lot of picks up right now, and if you want a heavier damage composition, this can make up for a bit of the lack of that front line. But the lack of a front line it is, we don't see any tanks so far being hovered on the blue side. Of course, still, they still have a couple of seconds to lock things in.
Yep.
We do see the Pantheon.
So Pantheon support, apparently. Oh, we have a Samira. My lord.
Ooh, that's exciting. Yeah, I'm definitely loving the red team composition coming together already. You've got a Mumu, you've checked that Sunfire Wind Cape off your list. You can build that item. They've got a good balance of magic damage and AP, lots of sustain, lots of long-range kind of poke. I just think it kind of has it all. The blue team, they're a bit stacked heavy on the damage. It's definitely a snowball comp. If they don't get this one rolling early, and they don't start winning in a big way, I have a bit of question marks for their late game viability.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see how the 2v2 bottom lane matchup is going to go. On the blue side, you have Pantheon and Vayne against Samira and Senna. So it's a pretty volatile bottom lane.
Yeah, it definitely is. And, the Senna plus it's a very squishy lane, and they can be punished. There's a lot of sustain from the Senna, but if you can't get on top of them with the Pantheon and the Vayne, the press the attack, there's enough burst there that you can cut through that healing and you can try to take one of those members down. But it is going to be kind of difficult. Vayne is not a good laner at all. And to pair that with a hyper-aggressive support in the Pantheon, it doesn't quite mesh for me as well as I'd like it to. But I do feel like they might have been forced into the Vayne pick because they saw that tank come through and they didn't really have another marksman to easily deal with it.
Yeah, and we saw Vayne yesterday. I would say it left a lot to be desired. Let's see if the Pantheon is going to be able to bridge that gap that you mentioned about Vayne's laning phase.
Yeah, trying to get her into that late game. And I almost caution you to take stock of anything that we saw yesterday as actual analytical content, because that was just so out of the ordinary what we saw yesterday that Vayne could be the best champion in the game, but I wouldn't know because he was playing against Warwick 1v9 and a double jack spot top lane. So it'll definitely be curious to see how these players are able to pilot it, how that Vayne can get over that early hump, because once they get into the mid game, that Senna is just going to offer so much value that Vayne doesn't have around the 15-20 minute mark. She needs to get those couple of items, the Kraken Slayer, the Blade of the Ruin King, under her belt before she starts feeling impactful in these fights. Senna, you get her one item, you get her level 6, she's good to go.
Yeah, and now with the Lethality build, she offers a ton of damage. And if Vayne makes any blunders in the laning phase, she might be heavily punished for it.
Yeah, not even just in the laning phase. When you're thinking about that Senna full lethality build later on in the game where she's stacking up those souls and she gets that massive amount of range, throw a rapid fire in the mix and all of a sudden you've got triple Vayne's auto attack range. She's just getting one shot by this Senna. So it's now that I'm thinking about it, and now that you're bringing it up, Bruno, the late game is kind of matched with that new Senna build as well. So the Vayne is feeling like a even riskier pick, but I do want to just remember that this is a tournament where we've seen a lot of players shine on picks that they feel comfortable with. So we could be singing a different tune if at the end of the game we just find out that the Vayne is a mechanical genius and just styles over all our opponents. It's very possible.
Yeah, it is. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see that happen. If we look back to the previous tournament we had, I don't know if you remember, but there was this player called, what was his name? I believe it was Flawless Dance. And he only played...
How did I forget Flawless Dance?
Irelia and Yasuo, so yeah.
And he played them flawlessly, if I do remember. That was definitely one of the highlights of your casting that event, was just getting to see him play. While we have a moment here, though, I want to once again just talk about what the Cultura Inglesa tournament is, because I think it's just such a cool idea, such a cool thing that you're doing. So Bruno, why don't you walk me through why we're here today?
Yeah. Sorry, I had a bit of a problem here. So Cultura Inglesa is always trying to find new ways to engage students with the language, and we are always looking for the next thing that gonna make our students motivated and to be constantly exposed to the language. And we've seen that if they do something that they really enjoy, chances are the more they're gonna try to use the language and get better at it.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a great way to do it. Hosting a League of Legends tournament. The players only able to communicate during English, if I'm correct, while they're practicing and playing on stage, or just in the game, no stage. But such just a cool homework assignment, just a fun way to learn a second language. So I am really happy every time Cultura Inglesa reaches out, asks me to cast one of their events, because I just love what they're doing as just so much. But we are just waiting for the game to load in right now. We're almost there, ladies and gentlemen. I promise Summer's Rift is just a moment away. Let's, talk about one thing that we haven't seen yet this weekend, and that's the gym. And it's going to continue through this game one, and especially with us having this blind pick format where every single champion is on the table, I am honestly shocked that the Jin has not made an appearance yet, because he has been so dominant in so many regions across the world.
Yeah, but I'm sure that today we're gonna get to cast at least one game of Jin. I would be shocked if that didn't happen.
I certainly hope so. When we see a little bit of maybe aggression from the bottom lane, and they did just walk up and press a ward. Line of scrimmage mostly for these two squads. We're not going to see the Warwick 1v9 levels of aggression out of Mineo Vastaya there on this Amumu. Interesting that he had the Vastaya in his name. He decides to go for the sad little mummy.
I'm also interested in the room choice for Amumu. He went with the Conqueror.
Oh, yes.
I'm not sure if that's quite usual, actually.
So I have seen an Amumu build floating around for a little bit, especially at the higher elos in North America, where they actually go a little bit more damage-oriented. They might still pick up the Sunfire Wind Cape just because it's such a great item, but then they tend to go into more things like AP. You get the Demonic Embrace that does damage over time. You can throw Leandries in there if you don't want the Sunfire, and you turn this Conqueror to just kind of this AoE magic damage healing. And he's a bit of a lifesteal tank almost in the mid game, and he does a lot more damage than you expect. It also works really well with the Nico because you're applying that passive that increases your allies' magic damage. So I am loving to see the more aggressive Amumu play. It's not as easy as the Sunfire. You do have to be a little bit more mindful because you're so much squishier, but it's a much more rewarding play style. And, Mineo Vastaya, if he can pull it off, could bring the game home for him.
Yeah, in theory, it sounds great. Let's just see if he will be able to pull it off.
Let's see, looking at the mid lane right now, a little bit of trading there. Yasuo did get shoved under his turret, and there is a small CS advantage for that Nico. She's probably going to keep doing more of the same there in these early levels. Yasuo kind of struggles in that matchup until level 6, where Evelyn can come help him out. But we'll see what they're able to do with it. Looking at this top lane, though, this is actually a matchup that I'm excited. Akali versus the Fiora. We haven't seen Akali top in a hot minute, and this is about as skilled matchup as you can get. I have no clue who's going to come out on top here.
Yeah, and the jungler's influence in this lane might be what takes the matchup towards either side, right? So let's see who is going to path top first.
Yeah, both junglers still just sticking to that full clear. Evelyn, and I guess Amumu too, really want to get as much gold under their belt, especially when you're going to damage Amumu. So not surprised that we're seeing a bit of a slow start. Evelyn did secure that top Scuttle Crab, and spotted Amumu there as well. So Amumu's just going to have to hightail it straight to the bot lane to make sure he grabs that other one. Does seem like Evelyn's just going to go for the early recall here. Level 4 after her first clear. Did quite a bit faster than Yamumu. And Ignite is going to be dropped to the mid lane as well. Nico, Kingberry 120 is going to get a bit of damage onto the Yasuo. She's starting to stack up that CS advantage. Now 10 plus and building up that wave too to crash into her turret.
Yeah, the Yasuo's gonna have a really hard time in these early levels. Maybe once he reaches level 6, he might try something, but he's just gonna have to accept it for the meantime.
Yeah, I'd almost look for, can I sup you to roam up to that lane, or maybe the Yasuo to come down bot to try to capitalize on those squishy members, because it's hard to consistently hit those tornadoes without that knockup. And there's really no members on his team that actually have an airborne effect other than Vayne's Condemn, I believe, procs it. So you're really relying on stacking up those Qs, making sure that the target gets CC'd, and then hitting them with that knockup. It's not going to be easy for him going forward, as right now, Kali not having an easy time either. She has to flash away under the towers. Gebaler Jr. is a bit aggressive. But now here's that play we wanted to see in the bottom lane. Condemned against the wall, but the Pantheon, he's taking way too much damage in return. We talked about the power of the Senna in these dueling situations, but can Vayne get one back for herself? The fadeaway auto attack is going to secure it, and Senna looks like she's just going to whittle him down from range. Vayne barely escapes with a sliver of HP. 1-for-1 trade, make it 2-for-1 as Nico picks up one in the mid lane as well. Lots of action in the last couple of seconds.
Yeah, now Vayne is going to have to play these next few minutes a bit more cautiously. We just saw that she made a little bit of a blunder. She walked up and had to flash backwards to escape the Senna. So she might be an easy target for Amumu.
Definitely will, and closing in on that level 6 for Menino as well. He's going up to his Raptors, then should be heading bot for that Dragon. Kind of coincides really well for the red team. Samira is unfortunately still level 4, but if she can get another wave by the time Amumu is down here for this Dragon, they should all be hitting their level 6s at around the same time. And that is a powerful point for this team. You get the Amumu ultimate, the Samira, just a lot of really good team fighting options. I think we're about to get into the most dangerous part of the game for the blue squad. And they do not have the lead that we were hoping they would. Here comes the challenge here up in the top lane. Dodging and weaving, though, not a single spot hit. Akali showing her dancing moves up there against the Fiora.
Yeah, it was really important for her to dodge out of that situation. She had just burnt her flash previously, so she managed to get out unscathed so far.
And with the Amumu right behind, any damage could have been disastrous. But holding on as well as she can, 27 CS, the Fiora has done a really good job at just freezing that lane outside her turret. And it's actually, even though the bot lane has been a bit more aggressive, has been able to... Sorry, the red team's bot lane has been winning this matchup. It is still the blue team that is able to pick up that first Dragon, and Evelyn actually looking for the invade as she is first to level 6.
Yeah, apparently Amumu was going to give the blue... No, okay, so the Nico was just trying to cover for the Amumu.
Yep, nobody's going to be stealing away a blue buff on Nico's watch, but a jump forward from the Pantheon. He has found the Samira, but he doesn't have a health bar anymore. Amumu misses the ultimate, but Samira has the ult to get it up. Okay. Double kill for Samira. Now we're off to the right track as the red team is starting to snowball this advantage. 2,000 gold up now, 8.5 minutes in.
Man, I wish I was part of the design team for Riot, because I don't know what was on their minds when they came up with the idea for Samira.
It's just been the last couple of champions, the Samira, the Aphelios when he came out. Just somebody needs to go into that room and say, "What are you doing?" Have to just play the champion a couple of times, realize how strong they are. But this is the world we live in, and now Samira is 3-1-0. Doesn't matter how many years it took to design her. She's definitely broken.
Yeah, it appears to be the case.
Oh my God!
Oh,
Harold with a wayward Q. Now she's going to flash forward. She's looking for the grand challenge. One more auto attack might have done it. And Revigier will just have to walk away from that one. But the cavalry has arrived, and the red team is turning this one around. They get one kill. And they are going to back off. They deny the objective and put some more gold in their pocket.
Yeah, play Evelyn was trying to get the Rift Herald, but Fiora has been pretty good at wave manipulation in the top lane, so she could roam down and got an easy steal for her team.
Yeah, although the scoreline isn't too flashy for the Fiora, she's actually done a lot of work in this game. Controlling that top lane, as you said, making sure that the Akali isn't getting a lot of farms, stealing away that objective. And that was kind of the one thing the blue team had going for them, right? Even though they were losing the bot lane, they picked up that first dragon. And nabbing that Rift Herald there would have actually opened a lot of doors for them to catch up on this gold lead. But stealing that away kind of puts that nail in the coffin and prevents them from closing that gap anytime soon.
Yep.
And the fact that it went on Fiora as well.
Yes, that's pretty scary. And the Amumu is trying to make his presence noticed in the top lane.
And we do see both junglers up there. Mumu is going to smartly walk through the lane. They have the wave pushed up. It's going to be crashing into the turret. Evelyn is not very close to this play. Meanwhile, something's going on in the bot lane. Once again, Pantheon. We see him on the losing end of this trade every time he goes in. Just doesn't work out well for him. Here comes the Evelyn, but they don't know the Amumu's there for the counter gank. Now they spot him. The Banished Toss is going to miss. Can Amumu find a big ultimate? This is what we're looking for. He needs to be able to get a good ult off here, but the Akali has already slipped away. That Banished Toss is going to land. We will see Evelyn. She pops the ult for a little bit of distance. Amumu holding on to that cooldown throughout that entire fight. They pick up one. They're going to drop the Rift Herald and get some more gold.
And things are going from bad to worse for the blue team. Yasuo just got solo killed in the mid lane, and they're losing control of this game.
Yeah, and this Akali trying to stay here, trying to defend her turret. She actually does manage to stick around and pick up the farm. Very crucial. I was worried there for a moment because that Amumu still has his ultimate available. Never needed to use it in that fight. And that Akali was pretty low, but she gets a bit of breathing room. And that's about all this team can ask for right now.
Yeah, they have to buy a lot of time for this Vayne to scale, and she will be their win condition. With the Yasuo this far behind, it's going to be quite hard for him to have an impact this game.
Yeah, and that's the scariest part, right? Is who is going to bridge that gap? If the Pantheon's not going to do it, the bot lane has been kind of pushed out. You see top lane, 50 CS to 94, completed Triforce, just a couple of components for Akali, so there is nobody ready to step up to that mantle. Kind of my only eyes right now are looking at Evelyn and the Yasuo. Despite 2 deaths, the Yasuo has kept the farm relatively close. He's closing in on that first item. The Evelyn as well. Hopefully they can get something done in one of these team fights and pull out a miracle, because that's what it's going to take to get the blue team back from this one.
Yeah, the Evelyn has to find a way to get out an effective gank soon in order to get her team back into this game.
Relentless with the poke there is Kingbert in the mid lane. Evelyn sitting over the wall here. Looks like she thought about going for that steal, but no vision. That control ward making sure of it, and doesn't decide to pull the trigger. Honestly, probably the smart thing to do. I didn't see a blast cone. With the flash, maybe you can go in for a desperate steal, but it's not that big of a deal to give over the one Infernal Drake.
Yeah, it's just the second Drake of the game. they will have other opportunities to try to do that.
Oh no,
And there's
sense of deja vu coming in here. Actually, Vayne pops the final hour. She wants to go in on this one, does dodge a couple of skill shots, but doesn't have enough damage with the final proc to get the kill. And it's going to be the Pantheon who pays the price again. Now 0, 3, and 1. At least the Vayne gets away there. Doesn't give over any extra gold, but his bottom lane continues to just fall into shambles.
And not only that, we just saw that Evelyn tried a gank in the mid lane and failed. She spent her ultimate. The windows are getting each time more closed.
They definitely are, but I do want just a caveat that this game is not over. I mean, this is at nowhere close to the level of dominance that we saw yesterday. You know, when you're looking at the performances from Warwick 1v9 and his squad, and you're staring down 6, 7, 8,000 gold leads at 10 minutes, that's when you say, okay, there's no chance we're coming back from this. 6K, 15 minutes, yeah, it's really bad, but I've seen teams come back from worse, even at the top of the competitive levels. So, you know, there is still an opportunity for this squad. Yasuo and Vayne, very strong champions once you get those two items. And if they can just stall out long enough to get some items under their belt, the enemy team are bound to make mistakes at some point.
So wait, you're saying that there's no speed run today?
No speed run today, unfortunately. I don't think so, but they're going to be trying to find one of those opportunities back. And Fiora turns it around, looking for the 1v2 down to just a sliver of HP. She gets the double kill. Samira came in for the backup, but Fiora didn't need it. Now the blue team, maybe they found something on the bot lane. A good dodge of the stun there, but so much damage from that Pop Blossom. And the Ignite ticking down. Vayne, it's all she can do just to stay alive. Those were some great fights that the blue team had going for them, but it just keeps getting worse. Now the Yasuo falls in the top lane, they lose the turret, and what went from bad just went so much worse. Maybe we have gotten to that point where all might be lost. 8,000 gold now in 16 minutes.
And how is it fair that a champion can block any type of projectiles? We just saw this Samira block the Yasuo's tornado.
Yasuo's got to feel so bad. He's got the wind wall, able to block projectile from one direction. And then Riot just goes and makes a ability that is that, but so much better because it's 360 degrees.
Yeah, seems fair.
His heart must be broken. But yeah, I mean, those were some really good tries, though, by the blue team. And I think that was probably their best shot at getting back into it. And they played it pretty well. It's just the fact that the red team played it a little bit better. They found the good picks onto the Fiora and the Nico, but they're just so far ahead at this point that the damage was there. That one Pop Blossom in the bottom lane, they dodged every other ability, but that Pop Blossom did 80% of Vayne's HP. Throw the Ignite on top of it, and that's basically a one-shot.
Yep, and the play on the top lane, the Fiora turned a 2v1 in her favor. Was this game at a normal state? I don't think that would have happened.
Definitely not. We have been so accelerated at this point. Now, the question is, how quickly can the red team close this one out? You know, you've gotten the lead, but can you actually secure it? Make sure you don't give the enemy any chances to come back into this game. A stolen Baron, or God forbid, a Dragon Soul, as you know, we've only had 2 dragons picked up thus far, but the next one spawning soon. It's still possible to turn this game on its head. Not likely at this point, but possible.
Yeah, we've all been in those situations. The game is won, and then your team loses focus, and you start making mistakes, and you end up losing the game. So they have to keep their heads clear and focused on the victory.
That's exactly what the red team is doing. They grab that dragon, perfect vision control of the river, made sure they zoned away the enemy jungler. Flawless play from them. And now, back to just farming up. They've cracked all 3 outer turrets. gotten 2 dragons, and the Baron not even on the table for another minute, so there's not really a lot that they can even do. They are just dominating so fast that the game can't keep up with them. Oh, that's the Rift Herald popped in the bottom lane. I didn't even realize they had picked up a second one, diving onto the back line. Amumu once again holding on to that ultimate a little bit too long for my taste. The Fiora is going to grab the kill. Vayne was able to dodge away once again from that said ultimate, but the Rift Herald is alive and well, and Shelly is charging her way into the base. Pre-20 minutes, the red team doesn't even need the Baron to crack this one wide open. Shelly lives at 221 HP. Can they get another charge off? She rears, and there she slams. 10 HP left. There's the Yasuo ultimate. He wants to go in, but he might think better of it. Now the red team have overstayed their welcome. Their health bars are dropping, and the Amumu is looking to sacrifice for himself, but the Nico found a Pot Blossom, found an opportunity, and that's the window that the red team needs to go for the killing blow. Fiora jumps in. We know how strong she is in these situations, but with their jungler gone, they do decide, okay, inhibitors enough, we're going to back off, go spend all that gold we just earned.
Question for you, Trevor. Was this the first time we saw an Yasuo ultimate?
It definitely was, and although it sounds really bad, I once again want to point out that nobody on his team has a knockup for him. I am still pretty positive that you can do it off Vayne Condemn, but that in itself is a very tricky maneuver. So I don't blame Fate of Wind too much for not having that many ults this game.
Yeah, I don't know about the picking choices. Maybe they could have gone for maybe an Alistar in the bot lane, something to have at least a little bit of synergy with the Yasuo pick.
Yeah, I think the Alistar would have been a great pick, actually, Bruno. Not only for the Yasuo, but there's a lot of peeling potential. If you could headbutt that Fiora, that Samira, that Amumu away when they use their ultimates, you know, that alone could turn around a team fight. So I definitely think you're on the right track, but always we got to keep in mind comfort as well is big for these players. They aren't masters at every single champion in the game. You know, a lot of them might play just a couple of them, and so to ask them to play a champion out of their comfort pool might be a bit difficult. We don't. Oh my goodness! Words caught in my throat there. Elise just gets blown up. She didn't see that coming at all. But that jungler down means that the red team can pick up this Baron, pretty much scot-free.
Just as I was about to say that the blue team has to stop the bleeding, the red team comes in. They put their pedal, their foot to the pedal, and accelerate the game even further.
Yeah, the cut grows deeper, and the good news for the blue team is they finally get some items under their belt. The bad news is it might be too late. You see the Edge of Night, the Immortal Shield Bow, and the Kraken Slayer finished across the board for the blue team. It is just that Akali who is still waiting to complete her first item. 22 minutes into the game, but their opponents are completing their second now. You've got the Fiora and the Nico who have finished that second item, and that Fiora with a very expensive build. That just goes to show how incredibly ahead the red squad is right now. They're breaking into the base even further. The top lane inhibitor is going to fall. And you see Elise and Vayne just trying to farm the other lanes, avoid the red team at all costs. But at some point, you got to come back to defend your base. That knockup lands. But it seems like they might want to go for this third inhibitor. They're waiting for the waves.
Yeah, now all the red team has to do is play by the book, crashing these waves. You might even get a reset and then come back and finish the game.
Yeah, they're smartly ushering in those waves. They've got all three crashing at the same time. And now they're going to make sure that they check every single box. They're taking no chances. The third inhibitor will fall. Baron up super minions. Now they start pouring into the base. And if they wanted, they could just let the minions do all the work for them. They don't even have to really fight. Just push those waves in. Guide those minions to the tower. But the Mumu, he goes in. He finds the dream ultimate he's been looking for. 3 members caught up and the entire team just dropped. Vayne tries to go back to the safety of her fountain, but it just doesn't matter. A double kill for Senna to end it all. And up 16,000 gold, the red team, they're going to take that match in the quarterfinals and move on.
And another quick game, Trevor. Not as dominant as the series we saw yesterday, but definitely a very good showing from the red team.
It blows my mind that we can have a game that ends in 22 minutes, 16,000 gold advantage for the winning team, and we can still say, it wasn't even close to yesterday. Those matches just still continue to just blow my mind. But we still saw some great League of Legends here today from both squads. I thought that there was, although the score line may be rough for the blue team, we saw moments where they really tried to pick the correct fights and climb their way back into the game. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them, but I still respect the knowledge to know when and where to go for those plays. And that shows to me that this is still a good team. And that level of communication, remember, these players aren't even talking to each other in their native language. That is the most crazy thing to me.
Yeah, it's quite hard to get on the same page in terms of when to go in, when to go out and just kite back. And they definitely did that in certain points of the game. Unfortunately, it was just not enough for them.
All right, we're already tossing it off to a quick break as we get the next match queued up for you guys. So don't go anywhere. We have more Cultura Inglesa action coming at you soon.
Audio. I don't know if your microphone is muted or something. We can't hear you.
I apologize.
Okay.
Welcome back, everybody. That was my mistake. Didn't make sure that the red button was green first. But welcome back, everybody, to this next match for the Cultura Inglesias tournament. Quarterfinals here. I am Trevor Audio Goodrich, joined by teacher Bruno. And we just saw another absolute stomp last game. And I am here for it. Fast-paced League of Legends has been the name of the game. And it's been so exciting.
It definitely has. The game has evolved so much at this point that we are way too far from what the meta used to be. I don't think we're gonna see a game longer than 45 minutes today. That's my expectation for the rest of the matches.
I hope not. That's what we call a snooze fest in my ELO. I just want fast-paced kills, more action, as much just craziness as I can get, and I think this is the best time for it. Preseason is always this way, but this season more than any other, because in the past we've had big changes to League of Legends. You've got the jungle changes. You know, there was been a lot of really questionable new champions released, but the items are just so integrated into every single part of the game that when you change them, you change every single champion, you know, in some way. So the fact that they rehauled the entire item system, I think this is going to be the biggest change, biggest shift in meta we've ever seen in League of Legends. This really does feel like League of Legends 2.0. And everybody, these teams included, are still figuring out what the heck is going on.
Yeah, and I was just about to say I'm missing the assassins, and there's Pedro is currently hovering at the Talon. Do you think that's a possibility?
I hope so. A full take composition with the Talon sounds like a lot of fun to me. The other side, we saw the Nasus come out yesterday to abysmal results. It was one of the most unfortunate performances we've ever seen. The Nasus not even getting 25 CS by the time the game was over. Kingbert, he might have watched that stream and says, I'll think better of it. But there it is, the Jhin locked in. Bruno, we've been waiting for it. It's the second game of the day.
Yeah, and the Jhin synergizes really well with the Morgana. I think they will have a great laning phase, and we're going to see the Samira and Senna again.
Yeah, definitely a good duo, but I think that the red team, they've got the try-hard composition, man. They've got the front line, the pick, they've got the back line, just front to back, a very strong team fighting composition. They've got a lot of power picks with the Jhin, the Amumu now, the Camille also has been really rising in popularity. The top lane is one of the staple aggressive lanes. So although we see the Samira and the Senna, and I know what that blue team can do, I think that they are in for another really tough challenge up against this red squad because the composition itself is hard to overcome.
Yeah, they definitely are in for a challenge. And I think this time around, the Senna is going to have to be way more careful about her positioning now that you're going to be facing a Camille on the other side. Because if that Camille gets to you, you're probably getting one shot.
And how can the Camille not get to you with the length that, the items in the game now giving more mobility? You've got the Hextech Ultimatum having its range. It just feels like, it's so many things built in to help her get to that target, and once she does, there's just nothing they can do to escape. So eyes on the Camille for sure for us here in this game number 2. And this is an important one. This is going to send you off to the semifinals, I do believe. So these players wanting to give it their all.
Yeah. I hope we have the same level of play as the last game, and high intensity from the get-go. That's what I'm hoping for.
And definitely, we always hope for more action and more intensity in these matches. And as we wait for the players to get on to Summoner's Rift, let's talk just a little bit more. Once again, this is the first game we get to see him about why Jhin has just been taking over this meta. And it all comes down to the one item, Edge of Night. This thing has just been a godsend for the marksman, allowing him to go back to his lethality build that was so successful a couple of metas ago, but this time it gives him some much needed tank killing possibilities. If you hit 2 targets within a couple seconds, if you hit 1 target with 2 abilities within a short time frame of each other, you proc a big damage boost, 8% of their max HP, and you give yourself a nice old movement speed boost. And this is a lot of things for Jin. 1, lets him cut through tank, which has been his biggest downfall in the past. 2, it gives him some mobility that previously he had to build attack speed to get. The way that he works is, attack speed doesn't actually give you attack speed, but once you crit, that attack speed will give you bonus move speed. So it kind of just shores up a lot of the weaknesses that Jin has been feeling in recent metas and allows his strengths to really shine in a way that I don't think they ever have before. I'm excited to see him be back in the meta. He was the lethality Varus / Jin meta was one of my favorite of all time, and I'm hoping that Varus comes back up into the meta too, so I can just recreate my Glorious days.
Yeah, and touching a little bit more on the Jin side of things, I think now he's pretty much a jack of all trades. He can offer you some initiation at the very start of if you want to start a team fight from a very long range, you have his ultimate, you have the W route. So he's good at everything at this point. So it should be highly prioritized by every team in this tournament.
Yeah. And even when he wasn't doing a lot of damage, he was still in the meta, right? Like, we never saw Jin disappear from pro play or competitive play at any level because he still offered that good utility, that long range. He has that execute damage. He's always been good against squishies no matter what. So, this is just what he needed to really go into that prime light once again. And I wouldn't be shocked if the Edge of Night gets pretty heavily nerfed going into the next season. I hope Riot doesn't take it too far and make him unplayable once again, because I do enjoy seeing a good Jin.
Yeah, and I would argue that Riot is now going for, I think, buffing what's doing badly in the meta, and instead of just nerfing what's OP. I mean, I hope that's what the direction they're going into, because it makes for a much more fun game.
Yeah, it does. There's those two really ideologies when you look at balance. You either nerf everything down so that nothing is OP, or you just make everything OP and then nothing is OP. And that's really the end goal. And I think that, I agree with you, is a much more fun, much more enjoyable experience, not only for the players, but for the viewers too. Because you remember back into the days, I remember you talking about it yesterday, the golden days of Korea, where vision was everything. Sure, that might have been balanced, I guess, but was it fun to watch? Hell no. We were sitting there for 40 minutes watching people put down and clear wards, and it was just an absolute snooze fest. I much love the other direction that Riot has been taking the last season or two to just make the game more fast-paced, more action-filled, more enjoyable to play and to watch.
Yeah, and it makes for a much more creative game. It takes more of your decision-making abilities when you don't have absolute sight of everything that's going on in the map. So, yeah, it definitely makes for a better game.
Yeah, and we're reaping the rewards of it here today. We've had some crazy matches, both yesterday with the Warwick 1v9, and we've saw some crazy plays today here too. I'm hoping that this Gen 1 is going to be just insane. Anything less than a 30 bomb is going to be a disappointment in my book. I want this Gen to just terrorize Summoner's Rift, because that's what I came here to see. Not this, 1-1, I'm going even on KDA. No, I want to watch an absolute just boxing match. Two teams going back and forth at each other.
Yeah, a matchup that I'm not that familiar with is Jin against Samira. How is that supposed to go?
Yeah, so really one of the most infuriating things about the bottom lane is that a lot of times most ADCs don't actually decide the outcome of the matchup. It really comes down to that support. And it's going to revolve around whether or not the Morgana can hit her bindings. Because if she does, if she's able to consistently prime her enemies for Jin to land that flawless flourish, and if he can actually do that, it's a lot of really good engage, Lockdown sets up a lot of good trading opportunities, but it's very skill shot reliant. If you don't hit those bindings, if you don't hit those skill shots, then yeah, it's going to go completely over to Senna and Samira because there's enough sustain there from the Senna to heal the Samira through any of the small poke that Morgana's going to throw out from her W. You need to land those bindings and get those big chunks to tax the mana resources of the Senna and really start to win that lane. So my eyes are on the supports here. Once we get into the middle game and we see what the state of the ADCs are and how much gold they have, then we can start looking at how they're able to impact the fights. But for now, they're more or less just being babysat by the rest of the team.
Yeah, and we can already see that this Jhin is feeling cheeky. Look at his itemization choice.
Yeah, going for the call there, making sure that he can get as much gold as possible. I don't hate this, actually, because, you kind of make the lane a bit more forgiving. If you don't get those big trades, if you don't smash the lane as hard, you can still sit back, focus on farm, and you're going to hit your power spike before the Samira. The Edge of Night is so strong on one item that it doesn't even matter if you are down like 10, 15, 20 CS. As long as you can get to that item, you're going to be feeling great on Jhin.
Oh, absolutely. And once more, we're going to see a Nico-Yasuo matchup. Last time around, it went extremely well for the Nico. Let's see if the same thing repeats.
Yeah, does have a lot of push, and you can see already abusing that range advantage. Every time Yasuo walks up, just thwack, auto attack to the face. And there's actually, a lot of good laning matchups here for the Blue Squad. I think that's one of their strongest parts of their composition, is that they do have the potential to just create massive CS leads here in the mid lane, thanks to their composition.
Oh yeah, and another jungler that feels really strong at this meta is the Hecarim. And once he gets 1 or 2 kills, he has the opportunity to run away with the game.
Yeah, both junglers are going to be starting on opposite sides of the map here around. It looks like Hecarim, he did start his red buff, but it's in full clearing blue. They're going to both end up on the top lane, though, which is where we wanted to keep our eyes on anyway, this volatile matchup between the Renekton and the Camille. It does look like Hecarim is going to be roaming up here first. He went for a much shorter clear to make sure that he could hit level 3 and be here for this game. The ghost is popped, and he's going in. The hook shot has already been used. Camille has no escape but the flash, but you can't flash away from the horse. First blood over the blue team.
Oh, this pony is going to get strong. I'm feeling it.
He is already on the leaderboard, doing well for himself, and what a timing there as well to make sure that he didn't get bogged down by going for the full clear. It was buff to buff, hit level 3, and then immediately get to that top lane. And, it's just, you got to be careful too, as the Camille. You can't be using that hook shot right around the level 3 mark. You've got to be cognizant of where those junglers are right now. Mumu in the mid lane, just going to buy a bit of space for the Yasuo.
Something I wanted to touch on was what you said earlier about players wanting to pick something they feel comfortable with, and that's the second time we see an Yasuo with no synergy at all in his team.
Yeah, and he's making it so hard for himself, and he's going to go down there. No flash of it. Actually, no, he did have the flash, and not sure exactly why he didn't use it. He knows that there's no flash on Hecarim. Big mistake there. And yeah, I think, we look at these champions, and Yasuo is one that a lot of players enjoy playing, and maybe it's not any more complicated than that. Maybe the Pedro Z is just having fun playing some Yasuo, his favorite champion in League of Legends, and who are we to tell him what he should or shouldn't play?
Yeah, we're just
but
here.
Like
figuring out.
I want to be having fun. But it is going to be a 1,000 gold lead here now for the blue team, and that's exactly what we wanted from them. This early stage, the Hecarim, he got out, he got aggressive, and he's bought themselves an advantage, and now they don't have to worry as much about that level 6 power spike for all the team fighting capabilities that the red team might provide. Because if they can go into those fights with a gold lead and with a just straight up stat lead, then it's a lot easier to snowball this game. Now Camille, she's feeling a little spicy. Doesn't have the sheen quite yet, so it's about an even trade.
And every time the camera pans in the mid lane, Yasuo is taking a bad trade. I know this lane is not going to be easy for him, but he has to be careful. He might get ganked soon again.
That is the fear. Thankfully, he's kept it relatively close, within acceptable parameters there with the CS is concerned. If he dies here, though, it could be disastrous. He does burn the flash there to pan away, and his jungler is close by, so he will get out alive, but with a low health bar and a wave coming into his turret. Hecarim has showed up. He knows the mid laner is low, and they're looking for a little bit of chip damage. Yasuo can't do anything but farm. And now in the top lane, the Renekton, he's going to slice in, but he's going to meet the bad end of a trade and have to dice away.
Yeah, in the bottom lane, things are pretty much standard. I think there's a slight CS lead for Jhin. But
and there's a little bit of aggression coming through as well as Samira. She dashes in. Low HP. Ignite going to be dropped from the Senna. I believe the exhaust was used in return from... Is it Jhin? Yeah, Jhin running that exhaust. Now that I look at it, I want to talk about the Jhin itemization a little bit, because we haven't seen what he's gone back for item-wise. He is at close to 60 stacks on that cull, but we see a bit of a deviation from the normal Dark Harvest that Jin's like to run with that lethality build. Also, grabbing the exhaust, making sure he can't get jumped on. So I almost wonder if this is going to be a different sort of build. Obviously, there's a lot of different ways that you can play a lot of different champions right now, and maybe Sonic is onto something that I haven't seen, but I'll be keeping my eye out. Okay, it is a straight Durkin inventory, so never mind. Yeah. We're still going to go with the Edge of Night. It's just not going to be the Dark Harvest burst that we're used to.
Yeah, I just think that, as you said before, the item is too OP for you not to build it. So
exactly,
it would be suboptimal.
Definitely will. Kamivan is playing very optimally up there on the top side as he takes another big chunk out of the Crocodile's health bar, looking to make himself some new shoes here. As level 7 to 7, but the Camille is definitely dominating this lane. Gets that proc there, a little bit healthier, uses the ultimate to flash away the Mastery 7 emote to say it wasn't even close, and a solo kill for the top laner of the red squad. Now in the bottom lane, good job dodging that bandage toss. A great ultimate. Fears 3 in the back line, and Mumu flashes away, but the bullet will find him in the back. Samira pops the ultimate, but Jhin is able to flash away to safety. 2 quick kills now for the blue team in response.
With the ultimate from Hecarim, it was a pretty easy setup for Senna to hit her W, and then the Morgana and the Amumu were just sitting ducks, waiting to be killed.
Yeah, that great ability from the Samira, that 360-degree wind wall. You gotta love it in Zinamumu. It just feels unfair, to have just so much of your kit just denied by that one ability. But it is what it is, and this is the state of the game that we live with. So the red team will just have to accept it. They are still trying to build up that gold, get to those first item power spikes. I will feel a lot better about the red team's chances once those are completed. And 2,000 gold down at 10 minutes is by no means out of the game. They are still in a very comfortable position with having the scaling on their side.
Yeah, and the Yasuo has stabilized the gold difference in the mid lane. He's about to have his flashback up again, so things are okay for him so far.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him die that one time, but now he's a little bit down in CS, 12 at the moment, but that is, like we said, acceptable for the situation that he is in. It is a rough lane up against the Nico, as is almost any melee inter-range matchup. Now, though, as objectives are starting to spawn on the map. We see a little bit more attention paid to top lane. Hecarim, he's in this brush. He doesn't know that Amumu's coming. I don't think they spotted each other. Ships passing in the night there. Vision has been obtained. Can he land the bandage toss? He does, but do they want the fight? The Dominus pop for the Renekton. The Amumu, he does have the ult. Doesn't have it quite yet. That Amumu cooldown was just a few seconds away, it looked like, and he does fall. Camille is taking a couple of pot shots. It looks like she's going to get out safely. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Curtain Call opens up, but not able to find the damage. Nobody has died quite yet, which is incredible, but finally...
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Jing has been able to escape so far. Samira goes back in, and that's an easy kill. Double kill for the Samira in the bot lane. Yasuo is just waiting for the wave to crash into his way to his tower. And that's a solo kill for the Nico. Pretty easy stuff here in the mid lane for the blue team. She is now getting some free plates, top turret plates in the mid lane.
Yeah, now starting to really get an advantage in that lane. You know, before it was the small CS lead, but that Yasuo falling the second time, starting to crash those waves, deny that farm, pick up that plate gold. And we talked about a comfortable position for the red team has now gone into a very uncomfortable one. They're sitting 5,000 gold down at 12 minutes, and they got to find a way to stabilize this soon.
At this point, Trevor, do you think it's fair to start to draw some comparisons between this team today and the champions of yesterday?
You know, I would love to, but once again, I hesitate to draw any comparisons to that game just because of how abnormal it was. We saw players who unfortunately disconnected. We saw the double Jax top bot, or the computer going against each other in the top lane. We saw the players break the truce and go and kill those computers. So, you know, it's just so out of the ordinary that I don't want to really lump it in with any meaningful analysis. So level of dominance wise, I'd say still a little bit short of the crazy plays we saw from Warwick 1v9 yesterday, but that was a whole different experience. So I definitely think this one's a bit more in reach for the red team. But it's looking bad.
Absolutely. It is.
And just keeps getting worse. The Shin, he tries to hold on, tries to get something for himself, but it's not going to be had for him. Not in the cards. The Nico, the Pop Blossom. Pop goes the Yasuo. He flashes the wave, but it's not far enough. The turret's going to fall. Now 13-1, up 9,000 gold. It just keeps getting higher. And Samira just left the game. I guess blue team just that confident. They don't even need 5 players. No, she's back. Just kidding. All in good fun.
At this point, we've seen the Yasuo-Nico matchup twice, and both times it did not go well for the Yasuo side. I'm not sure if that's how the matchup usually goes. Having this big of an advantage for the Nico.
Yeah, it definitely is hard for the Yasuo. There's a lot of poke, a lot of range. You know, Nico, she gets damage not only from her Q, which is relatively low cooldown, the E that can go through the minions, but also just the auto attack. Every third auto attack getting that extra magic damage makes it really difficult to CS in the early stages of the lane because you're just going to get harassed every single time you walk up for that. So the Yasuo needs a lot of help in that matchup. And right now, the red team needs a lot of help in this fight. Double kill for the Samira. She just melts through those health bars like a hot knife through butter. The Renekton is joining in on the party and the island of the top lane. And the blue squad, I mean, they've just got everything right now. The Dragon's going to go their way as well. They're second of the game. They should pick up their third and final outer turn in the top lane. And it is only a matter of time before they bring home the victory in this one and move on to the next round.
yeah, with such large advantages in every single lane of the, it makes it pretty easy to close out this game.
Definitely does. Baron not even on the table. We haven't even seen the second spawn of Rift Herald yet. So that is how crazy ahead this team is right now. And unfortunately, even though we get to see a Jin come out today, it's not having a good performance. He hasn't even gotten his Edge of Night yet, 15 minutes in. He has been definitely struggling up against the Samira 7-0 now. Hopefully we get to see a more befitting performance of the character's power later on this afternoon.
Yeah, I'll be rooting for that too.
Right now, the blue team just kind of sitting around, waiting for whatever scraps the red team is willing to give them at this point, doing what they can to clear out the jungle and catch these waves as they are shoved in. The red team, not really much to do. They're sitting on their thumbs a little bit. All right, hey, we're strong, we're ready to fight. Where's our Baron? Where's our dragons? But you're going to kind of have to wait for the next few minutes, which is a good chance for the blue team to get as much gold as they can and try to stay caught up. But Nico, she wants to try to get some countervaiting done. She doesn't know that Amuma was in the brush, and that is certainly going to be a kill. Big shutdown, and it goes over to the Jin. That is definitely good news for the red squad, but they trade one back there in the mid lane, right around the jungle. So it is going to be ADC for support. Still, though, if you're the blue team, you're going to take that every day of the week.
Oh, well,
sorry,
of course you. Yeah, and so much needed gold in the pockets of Jin. He has just completed the Edge of Night. Might go back, get another serrated bird.
Let's see what he's able to do with it. I'm excited to watch the power of the Edge of Night. Hopefully, the game isn't too far out of reach for him to show us some crazy plays, but whew, that damage is pretty intense. The Amumu, supposed to be a tank, not really this game, even though he's building with the Aftershock, with the Sunfire Cape. He just goes down so fast, and Hecarim over the wall is going to help the Samira go legendary. 2 quick kills for the blue squad as they are once again ushering in these waves and ushering in a wave of just defeat for the red squad. They're diving the towers. They don't care about the structures at all. The Samira ult is huge, and the damage is there. A double kill. Now 11-0, a flawless game so far for the Samira. And they're going to be looking to knock on the inhibitor's door. They've got the minion wave here. They've got the members. And they've got the power to do pretty much anything they want. This turret is going to fall just shy of 18.5 minutes into the game. The Nexus, sorry, the inhibitor, let's not get ahead of ourselves. The inhibitor is soon to follow. And we'll see if they get hungry for more, if they decide to back off here. There are still some objectives now spawning that they can look towards. The Rift Herald, they are going to go towards that second inhibitor turret, though.
And the only thing that's stopping this from being a perfect game are the 2 kills that the red team managed to get.
The Renekton and the Nico, man. You had to just blunder it and throw away the perfect game. They'll be getting this turn talking to after this match. I'm joking, of course, but it looks like the blue team will be heading over towards that Rift Herald. They have about 45 seconds to get this one completed, or it will despawn, and Baron will join us on the Rift. The war has come down. Red team knows that this is happening, and maybe this is their chance. They have all their ultimates available minus Jin, but with 2 members not even there to help the fight, they're just going to think better of it and back off. That Herald will go over to the blue squad.
And moments like this make me sympathize for junglers. I'm looking at the Amumu, and I just don't know what was he supposed to do when both his lanes were, all of his lanes were getting pushed in. They lost the laning phases. There wasn't much that he could have done about it.
Yeah, what I would have liked to see out of Amumu this game, if we're looking in the hindsight, is definitely a lot more attention on the top lane. He went for a very lengthy clear there to start off the game, where you saw Hecarim, he went the blue buff, red buff. As soon as he hit level 3, he was immediately in that top lane, making sure that his laner could get an advantage. The Amumu decided to go and be a bit greedy with this pathing. He decided to take the Raptors, the red buff, then the Krugs, and then he showed up in the top lane. But by that point, it was just far too late. So if we have to nitpick, I think that would be the one area where I would say, Mumu, once you hit that level 3, forget the camps. Just make sure your top laner doesn't get ganked and dies.
If Tarot in the mid lane.
Yeah, fast forward though, this is where we are right now, and unfortunately for the red squad, that wasn't the case, and now Shelly is knocking down their inhibitors. They don't even need the charge, they save the HP, and twice in a row we see this squad with a Rift Herald into the Nexus turrets 20 minutes in. That one will fall. They are down to one structure remaining. The Pop Blossom's going to be big. He's going to grab a couple of members. The Amumu ultimate buys some time, but is it going to be enough? The shutdown for the Jhin. This could be the valiant last stand that the Red Squad needs. And they are holding them at bay for the moment. Jhin has that fourth shot, has that execute. The Amumu finds the stun under the tower, but it's going to be a cleanse. The Renekton, he's healing what he can, but shut down by the Camille. Now it's just 3 members left and health bars are low. The blue squad is running in peril. The double kill coming in for Camilvin. And all of a sudden, things are looking just a little bit better for the red squad. They've got a long mountain, a long road ahead of them, but they get to hold on to their base for just a few minutes more.
They haven't given up yet. They still have some fighting in them. They're going to make them sweat for the victory. That's for sure.
And we see some big items coming through. The Collector for the Jhin. This is really the 2-item power spike that everybody talks about. You've got the Edge of Night, which helps you burst through those initial defenses, but if you can't actually finish them off with that 4th shot, the Collector's got your back. It helps you cash in, and that is going to be, hopefully, the saving grace for the red team. They need to make something happen here. They've got 2 lanes of super minions pushing into their base. That's free money for the next couple of minutes. Baron is just going to be given away for free, rightly so, I believe. And Amumu might look for the fadeaway steal, but low percentage play, he doesn't commit too much. Can they find him afterwards? He's a bit pinched out here. There's the Ghost with the Hecarim ultimate. Nico does miss her snare, but he will fall down in the end. Now it's a 4v5 against the Baron for the red squad.
And something that comes as a bit of a shock to me is that Morgana hasn't been involved in any of the kills the red team got. Understandably, they were only 5 kills, but still, 0% participation.
It definitely doesn't feel good for the Morgana. Not only does that kind of just look bad on the scorecard, but also it means she's not getting a lot of gold generation. With being kind of pushed in all lane, I doubt she was getting many Frostfang procs. She was probably suffering for gold, and now no assists at all. You can see has that 1 item completed, but that's pretty much all she's going to have for the rest of the game. I assume the gold is probably very low for the Morgana right now, not even tier 2 boots. She skipped those in favor of the stopwatch. This is definitely bare bones for the support on the red squad. Can they find a pick here, though? They've got a little bit of damage, but the blue has so much damage in return. They see this top lane inhib, they want to take it down, and there's nothing that's going to get in their way. The flash onto the Renekton, the flash forward from the Renekton, rather, onto the Jhin, and they take him down easy peasy, lemon squeezy, and now it's a 2-man defense up against 5. Supered up, Baron-powered minions pouring in from every which way. The Amumu, he looks for a big ult. He does find all 5, but there's just nothing there to back it up. The blue squad going to walk away with another dominant victory. 24 minutes, 16,000 gold. I'm getting a sense of deja vu here, Bruno.
Yeah, top-notch gameplay across the board from the blue team. If they keep this level of play for the finals, they are a really strong contender for taking the title home.
They definitely are, and we've seen some incredible League of Legends out of them today. Not just the mechanical plays, but the coordination. They were able to pick up every single objective. I think they lost one dragon in their previous match, but that might be the only objective they haven't gotten. And that one very nearly a perfect game. 5 deaths, but that was it.
The other team barely touched the towers. They couldn't get any blades at all. The kill score was pretty low. They were pretty much starved for resources in this match.
They absolutely were. Blue team, amazing match from them. They were going to move on in this tournament. We're going to go into a short break as we get the next match queued up for you guys. Don't go anywhere. More Cultura Inglesa matches coming right at you. Oh, it seems like we're into our next match, actually. So no break at all needed, Bruno. We're right into this one, 22 minutes in. And this is, I believe, our other semifinals match that we're looking at right now. And as you can see, already it's a huge kill lead for the Red Squad, but we have a very close, very competitive match on our hand. Just a couple of 100 gold separating these two. And Baron is already being started up.
Interesting to see the blue team opting out a little bit of the current meta with the Caitlyn bot lane. Caitlyn Blitz bot lane.
Yeah, and it hasn't worked out for them too well so far, because if you look across the way, we have a 5-1-8 Senna going for the Edge of Night. This is a build that I personally haven't seen yet. That doesn't mean that, it still may be meta, but that is going to be the Senna support full lethality, and that Swain bottom lane, 7-0-5. I mean, this is much of a slaughter. I think is the last one. The gold might be very close for sure. As the Garen is kind of making up for that, but we have a tale of two carries here: the Garen against the Swain.
Yeah, I'll admit that I think it's going to be hard for the Garen to get close to the carries on the other side without any assist. Maybe they will have to hope for a blitz hook, and that's pretty much it.
Well, yeah, let's look at some of the compositions, right? If we go down the line, you've got the Garen in the top lane, the Evelynn jungle, Kali mid, the Caitlyn, and the blitz bot. What this team has in spades, like you said, that pick potential, that the pressure of that blitz hook, if he can land one of those, it doesn't matter if the blitzcrank is 0-5. When you play blitzcrank, your death count is irrelevant. All that matters is hitting that one good hook that can turn the game around. That's always a possibility. Tons of sieging potential, too, with the Caitlyn. If your enemies do get in range, that Garen is going to be very difficult to fight into. I think that's probably the biggest point for this team is, the enemy team, they might be strong, but they're going to be fighting into you, walking into that Garen. So he doesn't really have to worry about closing that gap.
Right, and some fighting going on here.
Yeah, a bit of a fear. Good chunk of damage from that Fiddlesticks. That Harvester of Night, I believe, that he has built up. Definitely give him a big chunk of damage. Has the stopwatch available too. We get to see that Fizz play today that we were hoping for yesterday. One of the strongest picks, I think, right now, currently in the meta, especially in Brazil as a region, has been much more popular than over here in North America or some of the other regions that I've looked at. So I'm excited to see what that can do. Only has, 0-1-5 right now, hasn't been too impactful, it seems like. But we'll get to see how that damage ramps up throughout the game. Turret going to fall here, bringing up the gold lead to about 2,000.
Something the blue team will have to be really afraid of are these Fiddlesticks ultimates. So they will have to ward really well around the corners of the rift if they don't want to get surprised.
Garen looking for a surprise himself. He got the ultimate through. He's looking for the shutdown, and he finds it. It goes over to Akali. A sneaky play gets a big payday for the blue team. And they're not out of this one yet. The kill comes in just in time for the dragon to spawn. And that is the key member gone. One of the two key members for the red team. They still have the Senna. but it becomes a lot easier to fight in this pit now that the Swain is gone. Garen playing gatekeeper here, making sure that these backline members can't step up to the fight, but the Senna's got him through anyway, and she is pumping out tons of damage. Garen is going to come back to the pit now. He's taking down that Fiddlesticks, but now the Fizz is coming through. Can Garen do this all on his own? He finds another kill, but the Senna is just too much. Triple kill for the support, if you can call her that, and they grab their second dragon of the game to even up the score.
This Garen did everything he could to try to win this fight. It wasn't enough, though.
Yeah, he definitely played that incredibly well. I do think that he kind of lost track of the Senna there towards the back end of that fight. Very smart to sit in that choke point and try to zone the damage carries off, but there was a moment where the Fizz and the Senna kind of split off. Fizz ran back into the jungle, and Senna actually just got to walk straight forward through the Garen and join the fight with the rest of her team. And, Garen probably has to prioritize a little bit better there. He decided to chase the Fizz and try to go for the kill instead of preventing the Senna from joining that fight. Maybe that could have turned it around, or maybe the Senna's strong enough where that just doesn't even matter. Still, though, Garen made them work for it. That might have been a red team dragon, but they paid a hefty price.
Oh, they did. And if Senna wasn't strong enough before, now she definitely is. Look at those items.
She is for sure now. As the Collector completed, along with that Edge of Night, we already talked about with the Jhin, how strong that combo is. But it works just as well for the Senna because she can proc that Edge of Night so quickly with that auto attack plus Q combo. And Senna always having trouble finishing members off. Doesn't matter. Look, you get down a little bit of health here, and the Collector is going to pop off. Double kill for that Swain, and they don't have Garen to save them this time. He's looking at a gray screen. Now the red team might have their eyes set on this Baron spawning here just under a minute. Yeah,
they're setting up some vision here. I figured they could have tried to force a tower in the top lane. They would have time for that and also to set up the vision, but they decided to be careful instead.
Wanted to play it safe, but at some point, blue team has to take a risk. They have to try to get their way back into this game because it's slipping out of control. 5K down now. And when you look at the scaling on either side, yes, Caitlyn going to be a terror as the game goes on. Evelyn as well, very strong. But you're looking at a Poppy, a Swain, a Senna. There's infinite scaling on two members of this squad. They will just keep getting stronger, tankier, more damage as the game goes on. And it's never going to get easier than it is right now to take them out.
Yeah, Evelyn's trying to approach the pit. Might go for a steal here.
Yeah, she doesn't have the flash available, so it would be tough to get in here. Teleport going to be channeled just to make sure that they're going to be safe. The Garen, he goes straight in. The Fizz is down to 1 HP, but he isn't able to finish off the kill. Great Fiddlesticks ultimate right in the middle of everyone. There is so much AoE damage melting the blue team down. It's a double kill for Swain, and he smells blood in the water. He's going in for more. The rest of the squad, their eyes set on Baron. They secure that one. And it's going to be 3 kills for 0. Nothing returned for the blue team. They're going to be walking back to their base, tails between their legs.
Yeah, you mentioned before that the Garen should not be prioritizing the Fizz. He tried to go for the kill. The Fizz is a pretty slippery champion. Managed to get out.
Yeah, and like 0, 1, and 8 has the Sheen completed. Sure, he does a decent amount of chunk damage, especially with that electrocute, but, it shouldn't be your priority target. And I think that time, Garen did a little bit better, like kind of letting that Fizz go once he got away with the 1 HP and turning around. But that time, the blue team, they just stood inside of the Crow Storm, the Swain ultimate. There was so much AoE, and here it comes again, the 1-2 punch. It found them once, and they're looking for it one more time. Akali, though, she might have enough damage. The stopwatch was the only thing keeping Swain alive there. And you can see those little spots where the blue team have these opportunities to get these kills. But well played by the red squad to keep their members alive. And now, having their eyes set on that dragon, this would put them at soul point, where the blue squad is in the area.
And you can see that the blue squad is executing well in these plays. At this point, it's just the gold lead speaking louder than their play.
It absolutely is, and Garen now getting chunked down at Senna has quite a bit of range. The flash forward, though, immediately feared that Fiddlestick shut down the Garen so hard.
That hurts.
I mean, that's going to probably be the dragon given over. It might even be some more lives lost, as Fizz has found a very squishy ADC and is probably going to get that kill. The Caitlyn does go down, the Evelyn as well. Blitzcrank is caught behind enemy lines, and he is sure to fall as soon. The dragon was stolen, though. That is the one bright spot for the blue team. Evelyn was able to secure that dragon. They are going to be on Cloud Soul Point this time, rather. Although 9,000 gold down, I'm not sure if that soul is going to be enough to get them back into this one, Bruno.
Yeah, they will have to stall the game for another 6 or so minutes. Steal the soul, and then maybe try to punish the red team as they try to go for a Baron or something of sorts.
Yeah. But, you still, if you're the blue squad, you're down 6,000 gold. You're hoping for, 9,000 gold, rather. You're hoping for that Infernal Soul. You're hoping for that Ocean, those combat power. The cooldown reduction, it feels nice, but, I mean, you don't really have a lot of members that are going to make too good use of it. Blitzcrank already has a really low cooldown. I mean, the Blitzcrank ultimate's going to be like literally 10 to 12 seconds. It's pretty crazy. Once you get a Cloud Soul, you can pop it 3 to 4 times in a fight, and it's pretty funny. But the rest of the members don't synergize too well at all, and they're going to be feeling pretty sorry that that's the one that they rolled.
And now that the Garen has no flash, it's going to be even easier for the red team to cut him out.
Definitely is. I, once again, really encourage this Garen. Want to see him wait for the enemy team to come into him. If you are the one aggressing as the Garen, the biggest glaring weakness for this champion is the fact that he is so kiteable. He has one movement speed boost straight forward, but that's it. No other gap closers in the kit, and he can be feared, slowed, dissuaded so easily from getting into these fights. But if your opponents are walking into you and aggressing onto you, Garen is a very good defensive champ with his silences and his AoE and the execute. So that's how I want to see this being played out for the rest of the game here. Wait for your opponents to make a mistake. Because, if you just try to charge at them head on, there's just not enough stats there. Yeah, the Caitlyn, that shield bow keeping her alive for now, but the Senna ultimate range true. And the Garen is going to get sent back to base, a la Poppy. 1-for-1 trade as it's Darksider getting traded back in favor of the Caitlyn. But 4-on-4 is still going to be an advantage here for the red team.
And look at this Senna. This Senna is so incredibly powerful. It's almost unbelievable.
That it is 12, 1, and 15. Decided to throw the Infinity Edge on top of it, just for that extra crit damage. Doesn't even need the crit chance as much thanks to the passive. And curious as to how many stacks the Senna has. Probably, around the 60 to 80 mark, judging by how far away she is attacking and how much damage she's doing. And remember, this is support Senna. This is Senna operating without farm goals. She is operating at a gold deficit this match, but the kills have more than made up for that.
And Senna, it's a really powerful champion at this meta. You can play her at AD carry if you want. You can play her at support. I really think that she's one of the strongest bottom laners in the meta.
Offers a lot to the game. Not only can she do things like this, 13, 1, and 15, obviously capable of putting out the damage, but a champion designed to be a support. She's got CC, healing, global pressure. Just, the last few champions Riot have released have just had so much packed into their kit. It really feels like they're just good in every single situation.
It does feel that way.
But now it is a 10,000 gold lead for the red team. This dragon spawning soon is going to be so important for both these squads. If you are the blue team, I wouldn't put it down on them to just give this one away. Big chunk onto the Fizz there. But letting this one go by, it's not the soul. If you don't want to risk trying to 50-50 coin flip this dragon, especially with your Evelyn getting chunked out so hard here. But once again, it's the Garen walking into the brush. He is the face checker, and the Senna sitting back here untouched has so much damage. It's a triple kill for the Fiddlesticks. Quadra as that Crow Storm pops off, and Senna steals away the Penta, but secures the ace. And now the red team, nothing is stopping them from marching down the mid lane. 30 seconds still on any death timers, and this will be at least an inhibitor, if not more.
And despite the fact that Garen instantly killed the Fizz, it wasn't enough. As you mentioned, the Senna was free hitting. The damage from the Crow Storm, it was too much for the blue team to handle.
Yeah, and we saw that Garen once again being the aggressor. Now, obviously someone's got a face check, but there's other options. You can check that with a Piltover Peacemaker, with the Blitzcrank hook. There's other ways to check those brushes in the jungle. And the aggression was punished, and now the red team with the teleport in. Does this mean that they may want to just go for the end? The wave has died, so they don't really have much to push in. And it seems like they might be falling back to grab some objectives here. The Dragon and the Baron on the table. This would be sole point for the red team. Or do they just wait in the brush here? Do they set up another trap? No. We're just going to go for the Dragon.
Yeah. I'll be interested to see if the red team manages to close this game out, because the team who is waiting for them also plays Senna, so we might end up with a mirror matchup there.
Wouldn't that be something? The blind pick offering those crazy scenarios. I would love to see it, absolutely. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see. It will be on the red squad to close this one out, but it is very much their game to do so. Sitting on Soul Point, they're 12,000 gold up now. Pings coming out onto that Baron. The blue squad, they've done what they should. They've pushed up these lanes in preparation for the Baron, but now they have to move over there. They have to try to get some control, some vision on that pit. Because as far as they know, the members are there right now, but no, they're in the mid lane! Wow, the wombo combo coming in from all those members. Fizz, he has been pushed down all game. He's been bullied around by this Garen, but he still has the damage to make that Caitlyn flash. And now, with two members gone, the Akali and the Blitzcrank, it is a 3v5 defense here. The final stand for the blue team. They're going to be wailing away on the Nexus turrets. One's already gone. The Senna, she steps up though, and she shut down. Already, the Poppy's going to push the Garen back to base. Can they buy enough space? The Senna's down, but is it going to be enough? The Garen raid boss, it doesn't matter if he lives because the Fizz has taken the Nexus. And the red squad, they closed it out at 40 minutes, the longest game that we've seen so far this weekend. And they will be moving on to the next stage. And hopefully we get to see that Senna mirror matchup.
And then it will all come down to which champion is more OP. Swain, if they pick it again, or Samira? That's the question.
I will tell you right now that Swain is definitely a sleeper pick in the bottom lane. I know a lot of people, a lot of ADCs rather still stick to those traditional marksman ways. They don't want to pick up those mages. Yucky mages, keep them in the mid lane. But Swain is actually just an all-around really good champion. He offers self-peel for himself. You've got CC, you've got healing. The infinite scaling is great in team fights. I think he just fits the meta perfectly right now, and I hope that we see more teams take advantage of it.
Yeah, and we all just have to wait and see how crazy this last game is going to go.
Yeah, that's the hope here. We are going to go into a break as we get that match queued up for you guys, so don't go anywhere. More action is coming to you.
O inglês une todas as culturas e transforma um mundo em um só. E faz parte da cultura inglesa trazer este mundo até você. Aprender inglês de verdade, de forma dinâmica e divertida, com aulas ao vivo pela internet, faz parte da cultura inglesa. Com os professores mais capacitados do mercado, que te ajudarão a falar inglês desde a primeira aula. Ser a escola de inglês mais completa, com as melhores condições de pagamento, faz parte da cultura inglesa. O mundo faz parte da cultura inglesa.
I did it again. I'm so sorry, Bruno. I'll get the hang of this one day, I promise. Welcome back, everybody, to another Cultura Inglesa match. Got it right this time. Once again, I am Trevor Audio Gooders. Joining me, my main man, Teacher Bruno, cover all the spice, all the action of tonight's event, and already we have had so much.
Oh yeah, that we had. And now, just let's see what these semifinals are going to bring to us.
Absolutely. This is going to be the first of two semifinal matches. Both matches are going on at the same time, so you're only going to get to see the first one. No clue what's in store for us, what teams are going to be playing on what side, so it's going to be a treat. It's going to be a surprise for us. But no matter what, even that 40-minute game that we tuned in to the latter half of, we have seen just dominating performances left and right. We haven't seen too many close ones. It has just been just one-sided all across the board, and I think that's more just the meta, really, than anything. Like, I don't want to say that these players are just better than each other. It's just the meta is so snowballing right now.
It's super easy to swing the match either way. It starts right from the draft. If you have a favorable draft, you're going to have an easier time, and then you just have to do one or two things right in the match itself to get ahead in the game.
Yeah, definitely feels frustrating sometimes when the champ select is so important in the actual match, but we've also just seen some star plays today. We've seen lots of like 1v3s, lots of outplays, plays from behind, so these players have been really shining on the stage, and they've been having lots of fun with it, and I've been having a lot of fun watching them do it. So we're hopefully we'll get another great match coming out of this semifinal. We are just waiting for this draft to start up and get going. My hope is still to see a good Jin game tonight. We've seen it played one time, but not so much success as he kind of got rolled over by that Senna Samira opponent that he went against.
Yeah, and I'm hoping to get the Dark Harvest Jin. I think it's the most optimal route to go with. I think it does more damage. So yeah, just hoping that if anybody picks Jin, goes with the Dark Harvest.
Yeah, more damage is always good. The Conqueror, I mean, it's just so hard to stack it up on the Jin, right? You've got to get so many attacks and abilities, but with the fixed attack speed, Jin being so slow, and by the time you've procced that up, you know, the fourth shot might get the Conqueror proc, but even then you've got to reload. So I just don't think the rune choice was quite there for the Jin that time around. We'll see what we get later on in the night, if we even get to see him at all. Some other champions we haven't seen much of today. That Kane that we saw be so strong yesterday from War 1v9 has been painfully absent here today.
Yeah, but you know what, Trevor? You know the one champion I don't want to see?
What's that?
Yasuo. I don't want to see it.
Yasuo.
Sick and tired.
Oh, yes, we've seen so much Yasuo, and it never works out. Or here's the thing. I'll put a little bit extra onto that. I don't want to see Yasuo without knockups on the team.
Yeah.
You know, give me a Malphite, give me a Sejuani Swain, like Poppy, like give me some knockups, and then, sure, let's throw the Yasuo in. Let's look for those big 5-man wombo combos. But until you can get that on your team, nah. Kill it. I don't want to see Yasuo anywhere near Summoner's Rift. I completely agree with you.
Yeah, but you also have to take my comments on it with a pinch of salt. This is also a little bit of my personal I'm not a big fan of Yasuo players, so there's that also.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of people are. He's one of those feaster family picks. There's always our team's Yasuo that's going 0-10, and their team's Yasuo that's going 10-0. We'll see what this game has in store for us as we are into the Champ Select. Not a Yasuo in sight, and my God, is it beautiful.
Oh, that's my God, that's a remedy for sore eyes.
Yeah, we do see some spicy picks coming through, though, as it is going to be King Bert and Co. going up against a squad that we haven't seen much of yet, and a Katarina is going to be playing Zed here in this match.
Again, Kimber going for the Nico. Third time he plays the champion today. He seems to be super proficient on the champion. Let's see if he can hold his own against the Zed.
Yeah, we already know how this squad plays. We've seen this exact composition work out for them incredibly well. They dominated their opponents 16,000 gold up 25 minutes in. Now, their opponents, this is a little bit more of a wild card. These are 5 new champions. We saw the Morgana played last game. But Malphite, Zed, Misfortune, Gragas, this is the first time we've seen them all weekend. And I'm definitely excited. I think the Malphite and the Zed specifically really have the potential to make a splash into the game. Starts to answer some of those big team fight tools on the red side, the Amumu, the Samira. Before they could just group up as 5-man and their opponents couldn't do anything against them. But now you have a way to fight around those objectives and actually give yourself a chance as the game goes on.
Yeah, and if the Zed manages to go in, pop the Senna, go out, all of a sudden you have a much easier time in a team fight, which is already pretty good for yourself when you have a Malphite and a Misfortune.
Yeah, and that Malphite could offer so much threat too. The Mumu is really good for that kind of AoE lockdown, but there is no champion better at just the instantaneous you're gonna die than Malphite. He presses that button and you can almost guarantee that the person he hits is going to fall because him alone, he's going to chunk out that Samira to probably 60% of her HP. All it takes is a Zed to just come in and tap her on the shoulder to do that last little bit of damage, get the kill credit, and the fight is almost won at that point. So that's what I'm going to be looking for them to pull off here. But of course, that all comes down to execution. Samira is a little bit slippery at times with those extra dashes and with that little wind wall that she can use. So it's a little bit easier said than done to pick her off consistently every fight.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. I want to see if the Zed's going to have a better time against the Nico, because we've seen the Yasuo's plenty of time go up against the Nico and suffer. So I'm interested to see what he's going to be able to do.
Yeah, definitely still not the best lane for the Zed. Nico's going to have that range advantage. You're going to run into some of the same problems, but the thing that the Zed does have is clear trading windows. Once he gets enough energy and once he gets his cooldowns, he at least has some range with his shadow that he can throw out, pick up some minions, throw down some harass. He's not helpless as Nico is just raining auto attacks and abilities down on him from afar. So I still expect for the Zed to have to play a bit careful, but if he's smart about when he uses his cooldowns, he can definitely keep this lane much more manageable than I think a Yasuo can. So that's going to be good to watch here in this lane. I don't think the red team's going to get as free of a laning phase as they have had in past opponents.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And it's not like the Zed is going to be surfing through the minions and be a free target for the Nico to stun him like the Yasuo was before.
Yeah, should be a lot better. Are just waiting for the players to get here out of Summoner's Rift as the spectator delay counts down. But once again, the red team, we've already seen them played, so I don't want to spend too much more time talking about them. But Wombo Combo late game team fight could be for this squad. It's the exact same thing we saw in their last match. They want to scale, they want to get to those mid game team fights, and they want to control objectives. And the other side, we're going to be looking, try to get some aggression. You feel like this story is a bit worn out, but they're on the clock. This Zed specifically get this man to level 6, get him out of the lane or get him some kills or something. You either send the whole team to the Zed and try to get the Nico caught off guard and kill her, or you just send somebody to help him push out that lane and then roam to the bot lane, roam to the top lane, free him from that matchup, let him start to snowball this game. Because if you sit there for 30 minutes and just farm against the Nico, you're not going to win this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it appears that we are into the game. Yeah.
Here we go. Semi-final match number 1. The other one is being played simultaneously. If this one finishes fast enough, we will try to get some coverage of that, but we'll have to see how it goes. Line of scrimmage for these two squads. Nothing crazy going to happen level 1. That's something else we haven't seen too much of today. No level 1 shenanigans.
Yeah, no one is even trying to get wards in the enemy jungle, just protecting the entrances.
Yeah, and I am generally a pretty big fan of level 1 invades. I think, especially if you're working in a team setting and you can practice a level 1, it can be so beneficial to your team. But looking at the matchups, it makes sense that they're not going to go for it. A Mumu, into the Gragas, yeah, you've got some CC in a good level 1, but a bit low on the damage for both sides, actually. It probably wouldn't have worked out too well. So both junglers going to go for a heavy clear here early, probably looking into ending up on the top side. And we'll see what exactly comes of it. This top lane matchup, not one that is very fun for the Malphite. He is definitely going to be waiting under turret for the majority of this lane, and it is on Fiora to punish him as much as she can.
And we've seen this Fiora player do some pretty amazing stuff. He has managed even to turn 2v1s in his favor. So, yeah, the Malphite's going to be into some really hot water.
He certainly is, but he just has to stay alive long enough to get to that level 6. And I already love what he's doing. Knows that there's no way he can compete to get that level 2. So he's immediately letting this wave crash into his turret, saying, I would rather just fall way down in CS than to actually die. As long as if he gets to level 6 with 1 or less deaths, I say successful, almost regardless of the CS.
Yeah. Would you say it's advisable for the Gragas to try to contest the Scuttle on the top side when both his lanes are getting pushed under the tower?
I would say it's okay to just go check it. If you're getting, if you see the Amumu here, so now the Gragas taking his blue, he does spot out that Amumu. Knowing that you don't have priority in top or mid, now is when you back off. There's no problem going to see, hey, is the Scuttle available? Can I get it for free? But smartly, as he's doing, Gragas, as soon as he sees that contestation come in, he's letting it go. It sucks that he's losing that blue buff and he's falling down in farm, but it is going to keep him safe and it's going to prevent the game from snowballing.
Yeah, and again, we can see the Senna Samira lane putting a lot of pressure. The Misfortune has lost both her summoners for some reason.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened there. The Morgana also down to under half HP, so a bit of aggression there from the bottom lane. Senna Samira, we've already seen how powerful it can be. That Senna lands the binding. The follow-up CC from Samira, honestly, is one of the best feeling things to do as an ADC. Having CC in your kit, point and click CC no less, feels pretty great. There's the double knockup, and Morgana almost falls there. Is it going to be turned around, though? The Dark Harvest is propped. But Samira will stay alive. Morgana does as well. Oh, she flashes forward, and she gets the kill. Very good play there from the Samira. That's going to be first blood on the board.
Yeah, and as you can see, this player can really pilot the champion. Knows pretty well his damage, flashes in, goes for the kill, and gets a kill.
Honestly, though, greedy from the Morgana to stick around that long. No heal on the Misfortune. was correctly punished, and now they've left Misfortune vulnerable. It's going to be the dive of Mumu taking up 3 tower shots and walking away. Beautifully executed from them. This Amumu has been in the right place at the right time all game long so far. I am very impressed from what I am seeing on Summoner Rift.
Yeah, and Menino Vastaria, I think, has been one of the highlights from this team. He's played Amumu, he's played Hecarim to a T, and if he keeps up with his level of play, he's going to take his team very far.
Absolutely will. They are looking to be, so far, one of the favorites that we've seen today, in my opinion. They've been one of the stronger teams, and I would not be shocked at all to see them in that grand finals match up against the other opponent from the semifinals. So we'll have to see exactly what they're able to do. Off to a good start. 1,400 gold up, and the Pop Blossom being thrown here forces the flash out of Zed. Kragus might have had an opportunity to help there, but Zed will be safe nonetheless. They're already 2k up just 6 minutes in. Oh no, Gragas thought he was coming in for a gank, but it's going to be turned around again. Amumu, perfect place at the perfect time. Zed tries to go in, but he's like 100 HP. He has to try to get away. But the bandage toss rings true, and the Amumu will pick up another kill. Bit of a blunder there by the blue team, and the gold continues to swell.
And I've got to say, this Nico is pretty nutty. He plays the champion really, really well.
He definitely does. Nico, an infuriating champion if you play the slippery style that Kingbert is. Just constantly dodging back, using your stealth, your CC. And, I mean, yeah, I think we can see why he keeps going back to this champion. We talked about the comfort. This is obviously something he is very comfortable on and very talented on as well. As he has been just putting on a masterclass.
Yeah, meanwhile, in the top lane, the Malphite is falling a little bit behind. He's going to get a little bit back of this CS lead, but probably around 10 CS behind.
Yeah, and that is great for the Malphite. If I'm him, I'm very happy with the way that this lane is going. He has not really given any advantage over to the Fiora. She doesn't get any turret damage, only a 10 CS lead. But a bit of aggression there in the bottom lane. Gragas is going to come in. Heal was popped early by the Misfortune. Predators got him zooming up, but he is just going to walk away. Not enough move speed to actually close that gap. And we're going to return to a bit of a calmer state.
Yeah, the Morgana is having a bit of a rough game. She's getting hit by every single binding from the Senna, and this is costing a lot.
It definitely is, and the physical damage too means you can't even block it with the Black Shield. Of course, you can dodge a CC, but will still poke you out. Amumu now starting up that Herald. They have a control ward on the Dragon in the bot lane, so they'll know if Gragas tries to trade this one. Doesn't look like he has any plans currently. Instead, he's looking mid, but in the bot lane, they're getting aggressive once again. The Morgana is going to fall. Senna going to pick up that kill as soon as she hits level 6.
Yeah, things are going from bad to worse for the blue team. This MF is falling so incredibly behind. She's 10 CS at the moment.
Oh my word, that is 62 to 10 is pretty ridiculous. This is almost to the level of what we saw yesterday from that Nasus in the top lane. And how unfortunate that was. But, this has been the par for the course for the red team. They have just been dominating every opponent they come up against, whether it's in the jungle, in the bot lane, in the top lane, wherever they might be. One of their players is always ready to step up and have a carry performance.
I'm intrigued. Why does the Morgana have? What does the Morgana have? Oh, no time for that. That's a kill.
No time at all for the Malphite. He just gets popped like a balloon. As really good play, able to finally capitalize off of the aggression that Fiora has had all game long. Not only is they kept him in CS, now a kill under his belt. One lane at least is going well for the blue team.
Yeah, and now they just have to hope for the Malphite to be extremely impactful in team fights, and they might have a shot.
And he definitely can be. Even full tank Malphite, remember, as long as you can get onto those key carries, if you can blow up that Senna, doesn't matter how far you've been down all game long. Red team, though, they're going to pick up that dragon. They've had incredible objective control all day long. Today will be no different. The Herald and First Straight going over to their side.
Pretty diligent play by them. It has been part of their play style throughout the tournament, and I just expect to be more of the same.
Well, they do it so well, there's no reason to change. Zed just trying to shove in this wave, and it looks like the Gragas, he wants to get aggressive, but that is a lot of damage, and you have nobody to back you up there. The Misfortune, she's stuck on her turret trying to just get some farm. Another big blunder by the blue team. I mean, they've gotten a kill for themselves, but nothing else is going their way. Now Zed wants to make something happen, but that Pop Blossom is going to deter him. Ignite coming through, and Nico looking to turn this one around. He snaps back to his shadow, and he'll be safe for now. But clear who is dominating this lane right now. It is Kingbird by a mile.
Yeah, and at some point you just have to cut your losses. The Gragas has to stop ganking bot lane and try to do something in the top or in the mid lane.
Yeah, but, it's so difficult. Oh, a dive in the bottom lane. Mumu goes in, and they've already found one. They're looking for two. The Samira ultimate is huge. Teleport coming in. Can they make it a third? She does. Double kill for the Samira, but there's the Malphite. Is the damage enough? The burst is huge, but the ultimate comes in again, and it's a triple for the Samira. They're going to get the turret as well. And if that play had gone right, that might have been the blue team's way in. It was so close.
It definitely was. But they end up losing a lot in this play. And they're just so far behind. Their only hope was for the Malphite to do something extraordinary. And they might have just missed one of these opportunities.
Yeah, and I gotta give a lot of credit to the red team because I feel like in a lot of the games that they've played, there have been key moments where they were so close to a play going wrong, to losing the advantage they built up for themselves, but it seems like every single time they're put in that situation, they find a way to turn it around and still come out victorious. And that's a clutch factor that not a lot of players can consistently have. So definitely a quality that is going to serve them well in this tournament. It's going to take them far. And I already said it once, but my clear favorites so far today to make it to that grand finals.
Yeah, and when you look at this Samira's scoreline, I just would like to know how much is her KDA for today's games, because she's now 701.
It must be astronomical because, I mean, the 701 isn't even the craziest scoreline that we've seen today, as good as that is. So somebody's got to find a way to deal with that champion. And hey, remember, we're in blind pick. Why don't you just take the Samira into the Samira? I mean, that would be one option, at least if you can't beat them, join them. And now here comes the grand challenge from the Fiora. A good Ripazay to stop that bullet storm. And now looking for the second kill. He's done this once already, and he's looking for it again. The double kill now. Fiora finally on the board with that Divine Sunderer.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. It just feels hopeless for the blue team. I don't know what they can do at this point to try to turn the tide of the game.
It comes down to needing a little bit of a miracle, but also a bit of a mistake sprinkled in from your opponents is kind of the last hope that they're banking on. Because right now the game is not in your hands. You're 7,000 gold down, 8 now. And we're not even 15 minutes into the game. This is one of the largest leads that we've seen all day. And, it's looking, let's call it for what it is. This one is definitely going over to the red team. It would take an absolute miracle for the blue to claw their way back. But hey, if they've got it in them, if they've got any miracles in the tank, I am ready to see them.
Yeah, and another champion that has been pretty underwhelming today is the Morgana. It has lost every single match. It has lost every single laning phase. It has not. It has not been effective at all.
And then Morgana can be such an effective tool too. I mean, we saw yesterday. Although that match was a bit out of the ordinary, we did see the player on the losing team land a lot of bindings. I remember calling it out time and time again. Look at that Morgana. Look how impactful she's been landing all these bindings. But it comes down to that execution. And at the top of the day, we said it's the supports that decide the lane. If Morgana's landing her bindings, that's going to be a good matchup for them. But if not, the Senna and the Samira and the sustain that they have are just going to run over you. And Morgana not able to have the accuracy on point today and has been suffering for it.
It definitely has. And the red team still has a Rift Herald, and they might use it to try to break open this mid lane at some time soon.
It's going to be the goal for them. That one currently sitting on the Amumu. They still have 2 tier 1 turrets to go through. We'll see exactly which one they want to go for. It's always the struggle of the teams that are this far ahead this early because the game just can't keep up with you. There's not enough objectives to go for. We're still 4 minutes away from the Baron even spawning, and it feels like the blue team is already playing the end game. Or sorry, the red team, right?
Yeah, and it all comes down to the blue team's ability to stop the bleeding, to try to stabilize and stall the game for as long as you can.
That's the goal, but right now they've got a massive gash in their leg, and they've only got a little Hello Kitty Band-Aid to patch it up. It seems impossible, but maybe with this pick, the Samira does go down. Zed gets a shutdown. The Malphite's going to fall in return, but Scottiful is all over the map. It's a 3v1 against the Fiora. This looks good for the blue team, but is she going to turn it around again? Great cast, but it knocks her out of the Misfortune ultimate. And now the ultimate's worn off, so there will be no healing. No members dropped, and they do get the shutdown onto the Misfortune. Both carries getting large influxes of gold.
So much needed resources going into the pockets of the Zed and the Misfortune. This might be might really give them some much needed breathing space.
Yeah, it's not going to make the game in their favor by any point or by any means, but it's going to make it less impossible, right? Once we get to that 10,000 gold mark, you're thinking, okay, game's over, ship it up, go home. But once we're inside that 10,000 mark, we're now down to about 8. 2 more fights that go their way, and maybe this turns around for them. That binding does land, and it's going to make it a trade kill. Xiaotou finally getting on the board there. But it's going to be at the cost of Misfortune's life. Thankfully, no objectives really on board to capitalize on.
The Misfortune only has one item.
Now, they want to go in. Samira, wow, there's that damage onto the Morgana. Big ultimate finds a double, and now Samira, she's on a warpath. Finds the Zed for the triple. Another one's going to go down at the hands of Fiora. 4 quick kills. Right, Bruno, as we were saying that the blue team might be looking a little bit better. Disaster strikes again.
And how is Samira balanced? This champion is not balanced. There's no way this champion... Jesus, man.
So much into her kit. She's got, the gap closer. She's got low cooldowns. Her ultimate applies lifesteal, which is why, it's the Bloodthirster is so good on her. You're right, Bruno. It feels like she just has it all. But my counter to that is, why don't both teams pick it? We've only seen this one team playing the Samira today. This thing is so strong. I want to see a mirror matchup.
That would be nutty. That would be so fun.
The only mirror matchup we have seen all weekend long has been a Jax computer fighting a Jax computer. And that makes me, on one hand, very happy, but on the other hand, very sad, because I was hoping for a lot more mirror matchups thus far.
Yeah, and the thing is, the red team plays, I would say, some niche champions. You don't see a bunch of Nico in the meta. The Fiora, okay, it's a little bit more in the meta. But the Nico definitely, it might be just a pocket pick for Kingberg.
And it's one that's working quite well for him. He's been able to shut down every lane he's gone up against, the Yasuos and now the Zed. Zed doing a little bit better, but I mean, this Samira right now is just so big that it's hard to do anything on the map when she's around. I will say, though, that there is a bit of danger for the red team in having so much of their gold packed into this Samira. Because don't forget who we're up against. There's a lot of engage, there's a lot of burst potential. And should the Samira get caught out and picked off during a fight, you've essentially just eliminated 90% of the gold lead that the red team had because it's all funneled into this one person. So, with that in mind, there are scenarios in which the blue team can make plays here and try to fight back, but it's going to require really good vision, really good awareness, and some mispositioning from the Samira.
Yeah.
But there's a big wombo combo as they find the Fiora under the turret. No way she escapes from this. She pops the ultimate. What is that? Lifesteal? There the ultimate is going to be activated. And no way he turns this one around. That is unbelievable.
You might have just jinxed it. This might be on you,
I'm
Trevor.
sorry. I was trying to just be a little bit hopeful and try not to count the blue team out, but I didn't mean to cast or curse them. And now the Nico, she has to run away. The Pop Blossom going to be activated, but a good dodge there from the Zed. She still gets a kill to trade in response. But meanwhile, the inhibitor turret is falling. It's going to go down 22 minutes in, a bit slower than the red team's usual timetable, but the inhibitor will drop shortly after. Samira still alive means the red team is still very strong. And they're going to crack the second inhibitor. Could even go for the third as that turret has fallen too. Good Mumu engaged. They're looking for the Malphite. And with him gone, the threat is almost non-existent for the Samira. She can charge in as she pleases. Not if she's taking the turret, though. That's a 900 gold shutdown going into the pocket of Zed. Big mistake. Oh no, it looked like that might have been a disconnection issue.
Yeah, he stayed in the same position for quite a while, so yeah, a bit unlucky there.
Yeah, that feels really bad for Samira. I mean, if you're the blue team, I guess you'll take it, but nobody likes to see plays like that happen. And they will take those, but you can't believe that they're too happy about it. Always wanting to protect competitive integrity. Now going as hard as they can, trying to make use of this window that they've been given. Can they find the jungler? It is a definite man advantage for the blue team, but now Fiora has joined. There's the Malphite ultimate, though. Finding two. It's just not enough. Huge Pop Blossom! Nico flashes in. It's a double kill for Fiora. This character will not die. A triple kill, and they don't need their ADC. They are just fine without it.
The TP was perfect. She got from behind. She got in the back of the team, was free hitting away, popped all the vitals, got a lot of regeneration. That plus the beautiful ultimate from the Nico won them the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was going the other way with a great Malphite ultimate, even though Fiora had shown up and was turning the fight around. That Nico ultimate changed everything. It looks like that's going to be all she wrote. The red team will be moving on to the grand finals. Some of the strongest players we have seen all day, and they are well deserving of the position that they find themselves in now. Congratulations, another dominant win, 15,000 gold at 15 minutes.
Yeah, another quick game, decisive, steady. They are keeping to their best, controlling objectives, fighting when they have to. So everything that they should be doing, they are doing.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and we're waiting for that next match to wrap up as Seems like we might, yeah, we do get a little bit of footage left of that other semifinal match. We're going to hop right into it. 22 minutes in. It is a huge goal lead for the blue squad. We see that Swain and the Senna once again in the bottom lane. And that Swain is just as strong as he was last time we checked in. 11, 0, and 8. I mean, Bruno, we haven't watched much of this squad today, but with the small glimpses that we've seen, it seems like they might be just as dominant as the team that we just watched finish up their semifinals match.
Yeah, they might be the right challenge for the other finalists. They also play Senna bot lane. The Swain might work well into the Samira. It might be a really, really good finals.
Well, let's see how they're able to close this one out. Heading right over to the Baron. They're also on Infernal Soul.
Yeah.
And it's not just the Swain pulling up big numbers either. 9-1 and 9 on the Fiddlesticks, 7-3 and 10 on that once again full lethality Senna. Just all across the map. This team is feeling great. And we'll see how quickly they're able to close this one out.
Yeah, the only thing, the Yasuo again.
Definitely. I mean, we hate to see it, but this one's doing better at least, Bruno. He's 4-6-2. He's not completely empty. And they have knockups, so that's a good step.
They do. At least they have some synergy with it.
Yeah, he can at least use the ultimate off of the set Facebreaker. You've got the ultimate and the hook from the Nautilus as well. So there's a couple of plays to be made, and Yasuo actually doing one of the better performances on his team in this match. But looking at what they're up against, it's hard to imagine that this game is going to end up any different than the last time.
A bit of a different strategy from the red team. Don't know if the Morgana was mid lane. It's a bit weird, actually.
Yeah, actually, looking at that now, I do see that coming through. Trying to imagine who the support must have been. Obviously, the Nautilus, but yeah, the Morgana there in the mid lane. Then it must have been. Yeah, I mean, that's just really interesting to see that coming out. Unfortunately, not working out too well. Has the Leandri's Torment for that extra W's damage, but 1, 4, and 3 has not putting up very good numbers this fight. Meanwhile, he's running down the Samira. He might be able to find the kill. He does trade it 1 for 1, but that's a shutdown. He'll take those. Meanwhile, Set in a punching battle, just back and forth, wet noodles slapping each other there in the top lane. Nautilus is just going to join the fight, but it's only to run away from his enemies, and he's led them straight into the Set. Now they're looking for the tower dive. The tower has fallen. The Galio just zooming in as fast as he can off that teleport, and the Yasuo will fall. That'll put a smile on Bruno's face as he eventually goes down here. It's going to be blocked as he tries to dash in. And now the inhibitor top lane is going to fall. They've cracked the base open. They're baroned up, wearing those purple capes. And big death timers, 10 seconds still on Nautilus. More on the other two members. Could they push into the base here? Yeah, they are going to find another pick, and that might be all they need. They could back off here. I thought they had the potential to end that game off, but so close. But they do crack it wide open, and now on this next reset, they should be poised to end this game within the next few minutes.
And the blue team putting a bit of a twist in the meta with the Galio. Not something that we are seeing much of lately. So maybe helping a lot the bot lane with the Roams and the ultimates.
Yeah, the Hextech Protobelt doing wonders for Galio. The stat changes make it feel a lot better for him. Previously, once they removed that interaction where you could channel your taunt and then flash onto somebody, it became a lot harder for Galio to reliably get into the backline. But with the addition of Celerity, the extra mobility after your summoner spells, and the Protobelt, I actually think Galio is set to really come back into this meta in a big way. And we're seeing it here today, how strong he can be when he's set up for success. Now, sieging up this mid lane tier 1. It's going to be the engage from the red squad. They find the Swain. They find the knockup, and that's the shutdown for the Yasuo they were looking for. But a great Crow Storm is going to do a lot of damage. Flashes away, tries to survive, but the red team has just enough in the tank to turn this one around. 1,000 gold shutdown going over to that Morgana, and the red team is able to buy themselves some time. Yasuo wants a little bit more, but the Senna has so much damage. What the heck was that? Yasuo, thankfully, is able to shut her down, but the Senna has done enough to keep this one from being good for the red team. This Poppy now in a 1v1. Does Yasuo have enough to finish this one off? I think he does. The lifesteal is there, and Poppy will go down. I mean, it's a red team victory, but just barely. One member left alive as Senna at the end of that fight. Oh my god, that ultimate was perfect.
My word, that was an extremely powerful ultimate. And just to top it off, the Yasuo making me bite my tongue a little bit.
Yeah, definitely will. He's going to try to solo up this Inferno Dragon. His jungler hot on his heels. They need to secure this one. This would be the soul for the blue team. Can they steal it away? Looking for the smite. It is going to be secured by the Yi. He's going to land that one correctly. Are they actually going to turn this around? There's a lot of scaling, but there's the double shutdown for the Swain. He falls, but he takes the 2 to the grave with him. And now, can the blue team actually turn this into a meaningful advantage? They've got Nautilus trapped in the jungle, but he's so damn tanky. Morgana's binding goes wide, and they eventually take him down. Looks like they want maybe a little bit more. They're going to be looking to go back, grab the minions, and push into the base now.
The red team is putting up a fight, though. They're fighting back. They're not giving up. This Yasuo is getting pretty strong at this point. And with the E, also they have CC, and that might be they might have a chance in this game.
Yeah, that Yasuo, 7, 8, and 5, 2 away from the 10 death power spike that everybody knows and loves, where Yasuo's start to come online. But, you know, realistically, the items are starting to come through. And Yi and Yasuo, once they get those items under their belt, it doesn't matter who you put in front of them, they will shred you down. Yi almost getting caught there in that death brush. The Fiddlesticks goes over the wall, but he's 1v3. The stopwatch is going to keep him alive, and he buys a lot of space, but he gets hit with the hook, and there's the Yasuo ultimate. He goes down. Can Yasuo lifesteal? No, he can't. Senna's burst is big enough to take him down. Double kill for the ADC. Rather the support had easy mistakes to make with how much damage he's doing. And now it's a 3v3 looking to this base 4 now that the Swain has arrived. Can they actually look to end this one out? The set is going to go in. He's going to get a big face breaker, but it's only going to hit 1. And now he's going to drop. Another member gone for the red squad. And Morgana having to go back to base to fill up that health bar means that this is free real estate for the blue team, taking down this Nexus turret that is remaining. Poppy tanking up the tower as long as she can. Senna undisturbed in the back line, putting out shots, but Yi has respawned, and now he's found a kill. He's looking for a second one, but he's blown up by the Senna. Yasuo is going to take his place, and Senna, can you pull out another miracle? The stun is not going to land. That's half of Yasuo's health bar in one auto attack, but he's dancing, he's bobbing, he's weaving, and he's going to get the shutdown. 700 gold in the pocket.
That's a big shutdown. He might... I don't know how far he is from completing his last item, but this Yasuo is big. If he manages to avoid the Fiddlesticks here, because that's his biggest problem at the moment, he might do some serious damage in the team fights.
Yeah. And Mercurial Scimitar in inventory gives him that one free get out of jail card that he can stop that fear, stop that pull, the taunt, whatever it may be. And Executioner's calling in inventory as well. He sells off the shield. Looks like he might be looking for a purchase. He gets the BF sword. So as strong as he can possibly be at this moment, I'm hoping for the level 16. The red team is so close. Once they hit those level points, for a lot of the members, for the Set, the Yasuo, for the Yi, their team fight is going to go to another level. The blue team now, their pressure's on. They have to end this one soon because more or sooner or later that gold lead is going to become irrelevant.
And that's what they're trying to do. They're going for the Baron here. Red team might look to contest.
Yi is still over at the Krugs. I don't know that he's going to be here in time for this one.
Right?
It seems like the red team is just going to give this one up. Yeah, free Baron going over to the blue squad. That's going to feel real good for them. Thankfully for the red team, no inhibitors have fallen just yet. So we won't be seeing the Baron up super minions crashing through, but those inhibitors are in a lot of trouble.
They definitely are. And if the blue team wants to play it safe, they can take this one, crash the top wave, then go back to the dragon. Or they might go for the win.
Yeah, I mean, why shouldn't they? The set is still in the bottom lane, and there's somebody there to answer them. They've got the power, they've got the Crow Storm, and it's melting everybody in sight. The Yi is strong, but he's just not strong enough. A double kill will close it out, and the blue team will make their way to the grand finals. And two of the most dominant squads that we have seen so far this weekend going to be meeting each other head-to-head in that grand finals. It's going to be a best of three for the ages, Bruno.
Yeah, it's going to be spicy, man. I can barely wait for the bottom lane, especially. The Senna Swain against the Senna Samira matchup.
Well, let's wait no longer. We're going to go to a short 5-minute break as these teams get on deck and ready to go for what is going to be the biggest match of the day. The grand finals, a best of three. Both teams have just swept the floor with every opponent that they have come across. Who's going to be the top dog? Who's going to be the true king of today's Cultura Inglesa tournament? Stick around to find out.
O inglês une todas as culturas e transforma um mundo em um só. E faz parte da cultura inglesa trazer este mundo até você. Aprender inglês de verdade, de forma dinâmica e divertida, com aulas ao vivo pela internet, faz parte da cultura inglesa. Com os professores mais capacitados do mercado que te ajudarão a falar inglês desde a primeira aula. Ser a escola de inglês mais completa, com as melhores condições de pagamento, faz parte da cultura inglesa. O mundo faz parte da cultura inglesa.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Trevor Audio Goodrich, teacher Bruno, bringing to you the grand finals of tonight's tournament from Cultura Iglesias. We've seen two squads tear through their respective sides of the brackets without any opposition, and now we get to see what we've all been waiting for, a best-of-3 slugfest between these two titans.
Clash of Titans, line picks, interesting matchups across the board. It can only be a great series.
Now, one thing that you've brought up a couple of times that I am also very interested to know is what's going to happen with this Senna. Because although we've had a blind pick format throughout this tournament, we have yet to see a single mirror matchup, or a real mirror matchup. Again, I'm excluding day one. But this is the first time that we've seen two teams that we know play the same champion to a big effect. For the team that we just watched finished up, who won on the blue side, their Samira support, they play full lethality. They really lean on that Samira to be the big damage carry for their team. On the other side, though, it's a more supportive Samira to help more supportive Senna to prop up that Samira, who has been the big win condition. Do you think we're going to see the Samira come out from both sides, or might there be an answer?
Yeah, I think they will stick to their guns. They will go with the Senna Swain bottom lane, and then I think it might just be a skill matchup.
Well, that's what I'm hoping to see. It is the Swain that goes with the full lethality Samira. And into that lane, I actually think that the Swain is going to have the edge over the Samira. Mages in general come online a lot faster than marksmen do. And it's because a lot of what a mage's power is built into is actually their level of 6 ability, or just their abilities in general. Marksmen are very reliant on items and getting stats through items to be effective throughout the game. But as soon as a mage hits level 6, they're usually ready to fight in some capacity and have enough damage to blow up a squishy target like a marksman. So I'm always going to favor the mage in the laning phase itself if they're able to land those abilities. But as the game goes on, marksmen do tend to be a bit more effective at certain things like tank shredding, objectives, and whatnot. So personally, although we didn't get to see very much of them, the blue team has my prediction, at least for this game one. We'll see how it goes after that.
Yeah, and we are into the draft.
And here's an interesting hover that we haven't seen a lot of. It's the Kale. Now, Kale is on the level of Jin, in my opinion, just taking over entire maps. And a lot of it coming down to the fact that her level 11 got a lot stronger than it has in previous patches. She no longer has to wait until 16 to be effective. And this would be an interesting pivot from the squad. We don't even see the Samira being hovered just yet, although there's still plenty of time for them to swap back over. However, the red team has already started to lock in their bread and butter picks. You've got the Senna, the Fiddlesticks, there goes the Swain, the Galio, and the Malphite would round it out perfectly.
Yeah, and another difference that we might have in this matchup is that this time the Nico will be facing a Galio, possibly. And the Galio, with all his magic resistances, might have a better time than a Yasuo would or a Zed would.
Absolutely, the Galio is going to be feeling so much nicer to that squad. And as we wait for the last pick, we did see the Volibear come through. It's going to be the Mordekaiser on the top lane. No Senna mirror. It's going to be the Samira alongside the Lux instead. A little bit of long-range damage trying to match some poke to that sustain from the Senna. But once again, I don't think this changes much in how I expect the lane to go. I still think the Swain and the Senna, they're a powerful enough combo that they're going to have a good time in this lane.
And the blue team is going for a substantially different composition this time around. They're going with the Mordekaiser top lane, Oliver in the jungle, and the Lux in the support position. I really thought that they were going to stick with their guns, but you're just feeling that it's time for a change.
Yeah, and I think it's a smart one too. If they've been paying attention to their opponents and if they, have sniffed out the fact that the Senna likes to run full lethality, running the super squishy composition with the Fiora in the top lane is a lot scarier into something like that. So putting some meatballs in front of that Samira with the Volley Bear is, going to go a long way to keeping your backline safe. And if you're going up against an opponent that you don't think you can just run over with any champion because you're mechanically better, then you have to be a bit smarter with the composition and draft yourself some more tools to deal with those threats as the game goes on. So that's what I'm hoping this adaptation was. Perhaps they just wanted to play Volibear. You never actually know what's going on in these players' heads. But this is the five-man squad that they've chosen to take the Rift with, and we'll see how it fares for them in this first game of a best-of-3.
And the Holy Bear, it's a pretty strong champion in itself, so it shouldn't be much of a problem for them.
Yeah, it definitely is. Should be seeing Press the Attack is what I believe the most current best in slot rune choice is. And, that kind of turns him into what was just a frontline bruiser a frontline meatball into more of a bruiser, where he can actually do some meaningful damage, has a little bit of burst, and he could actually even solo out some of those squishier targets. So I'm excited to see what the Volibear has in store. Not the fastest clear, definitely lacking in that department compared to the Fiddlesticks, who now has that AoE drain. So that might be a spot that he struggles, is keeping up in farm against that fast clearing Fiddlesticks.
Yeah, he'll have a hard time with that, but once he gets to level 6, I'm interested to see if he's going to go bot lane and get a dive there, get the Samira ahead, and you go from there,
Yeah, as we wait for these players to get into game, just a reminder that once again, these players are playing mainly as a way to learn how to speak English. They are non-English speakers learning the language. They are communicating just in English during the practice and during the games. And that just makes everything that we see here today, all the crazy plays, the 1v3s, the macro decisions, so much more impressive, because that is infinitely more difficult in a game like League of Legends that relies so much on teamwork and coordination. So make sure you definitely give these players a big old pat in the back, give them a lot of your respect, because they are, they're having a lot of fun doing, learning this, but they're also doing a really good job at it.
Yeah, and it is all the more satisfying for them at the end of the process, right? I've been able to compete with other players while learning and speaking a language that's not my native language. So it must be one of the greatest feelings of accomplishment that they get after this whole process.
Of course, and for any of those players who are serious about the game and looking to take their, playing the game to the next level, learning English is a very marketable skill for an esports player. With a lot of the minor regions being opened up to the major regions, like we saw the OPL this season, no longer having to be or getting residency for the NALCS. There's a lot of teams that are now looking to scout and talent in different regions, and that English speaking can only be a plus for that process. So for those players who this is more than just a game and more than just a learning assignment, this is still a very beneficial process. So across every avenue, this is just good for everyone involved. And once again, so excited to come onto this broadcast every single time they ask me to. And it always results in crazy best-of-3 finals, just like the one that I'm sure we're going to watch, just like the one we saw yesterday.
Oh, absolutely. And to touch on what you said before, I think there is an Argentinian player, a jungler, now going to FlyQuest, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Josio Dodo is...
Yes, yeah.
I believe.
Yeah,
so yeah, I mean... just goes to show, if you are good enough at the game, There's a lot of opportunities out there, especially right now. Things are really opening up, and hopefully, once all of this COVID debacle is far behind us and we can all laugh about it, then things are only going to get even better. So the future is bright. And here we go. I wouldn't have started this off any other way. We're going to get our level 1 shenanigans.
Oh, baby, let's go.
Oh, Mordekaiser, he drops the ward. Smart play there by the top laner. He's not going to get caught out by the cheese.
Yep, pretty standard stuff. Goes in, drops a ward, avoids having to burn a flash or even getting killed, right?
Yeah, and it seems so small, but a lot of players just hate to drop that ward. They don't want to use what could be a ward to cover a gank angle later on into the lane. They never want to use it level 1 to check for a possible death brush, because what are the chances, right? But it's situations like those where it does matter. It keeps him alive. He probably would have burnt the flash at least, if not died there, had he gone down. But it's actually going to be answered with some aggression from both sides. It's going to be the mutual steal, blue buff for blue buff, and we'll see what it evolves into, because Fiddlesticks is trying to take away a little bit more.
Yeah, he's going for the Grump. With the sustain he has, he's not going to have too much problems with it.
Yeah, and Fiddlesticks being able to stay on those camps, wasn't actually forced off, is going to put him at a bit of a tempo advantage. Volibear was chased out of the jungle, then decided to double back once he realized what Fiddlesticks was doing. But this, I'm trying to think who this works out in favor of, because we now see a split map essentially from these two squads, which means the top side is going to have a lot more control for the red team, but the blue side is going to have a lot more control over the bottom half of the map. And both players like to play through the bot side, so you would think that the blue team is actually perfectly okay with this.
Yeah, and the bot lane from the red team doesn't have any escape. The Volibear could have chance of a gank soon after this scuttle, maybe.
Yeah, Fiddlesticks walking into lane just to try to get something done, but Mordekaiser, very safe champion, and he's playing very respectfully, as he should. And so it's going to be back to power farming. That little pit stop did cost him the tempo that he had earned earlier. And so both junglers will be at a very similar pace, but both of them are getting low in the top lane. One more tick of damage would have done it, but the potions being spammed from the Malphite actually kept him alive. That looked like single-digit HP.
That plus the move speed that he gains from his skill, but the Nico
drops the ignite, forces the flash away. Members across the board getting dangerously low. And remember how snowbally both these teams are. Every single game we've seen from these squads have been dominating one-sided victories. So once a team starts to get ahead, you can expect them to most likely start to run away with it. And Samira, she's going in. Ignite and Exhaust dropped onto her. And now they're looking to fight back. Just a little bit more damage would do it. The flash forward, but the auto is blocked by the wind wall. And it's the first blood for Samira. She taunted at the end of it. And the blue team is going to be the first ones on the board.
Oh, that's tragic. That's a tilter if I have ever seen one.
It absolutely is. That W is the most infuriating thing in the bot lane, hands down.
This
blocking auto attacks, projectiles, anything.
He flashed in, I just have to hit her once and it's an easy kill. Then comes the obnoxious shield. I don't know what that thing is actually.
Yeah, good job though by the Samira and the Lux to kite that one out effectively. A lot of burst damage out of the Sen as well. They got some summoner spells out. They actually end up with a summoner spell advantage, as it was all 4 burned from the red side and only the heal coming out of the Samira. They still have their flashes. They still have the Lux Ignite. So that's going to mean that they can come back to this lane and put the pressure down, really, because they know that in that next combat, they are going to have the advantage with those summoners.
Yeah, and with the exception of the Fiddlesticks, all of the red team are summonerless. So they have to play really safe right now.
good damage coming out from this Mordekaiser. He's just stuck onto this Malphite and big chunks coming through. Malphite definitely doesn't like playing up against AP matchups because he wants to start stacking that armor as quickly as he can. I'm actually surprised. Cloth armor in inventory, if the Malphite does decide to build that armor straight away, this lane is going to get so much worse for him.
Yeah. And
gets pulled in. There's the chunk. There's the ultimate. And this might just be the kill. One more auto tech will do it. And yeah, nowhere to go. No flash, no ultimate available. And now he loses that massive wave.
That's going to cost him so much. The cloth armor might have been just because it was the quantity of gold he had in inventory. So he just bought what he could. Not the smartest of choices, though.
Yeah. Now has a no magic mantle in inventory, so at least some resistances. But at this point, the lane might already be over. 18 CS to almost 50. Mordekaiser's going to back at least that blasting wand in inventory. Might even be able to get a stronger component. We'll see what exactly he spends, but he's going to have plenty of damage to keep up with the small resistances. And yeah, already some spell pen coming through from the Mordekaiser. Even have enough for a null magic mantle himself, which is going to make the trades nearly impossible for the Malphite. But Pop Blossom in the mid lane, that Galio that we talked about is not faring as well as we'd like.
Yeah, this Nico player, he is good. I'm impressed by his play so far.
Definitely knows his way around the champion and has been just bullying people left and right. The CS dead even, but Crashy in this wave should get the Nico up to an advantage. Mordekaiser just relentless here. He will not let this Malphite within XP range of this wave.
How frustrating is that? You just want to go and hit some minions, but there's a bully with some sort of a mace or a hammer, I don't know. Keeps bombing in your head.
Yeah, where's the principal when you need him? Just the bullying going on in the top lane. Yeah. But neither of these teams have been too active here at the start of the game. We saw that, one kind of play where a couple of kills went over in the bottom lane. But other than that, it has been a very tame game. Top lane continues to go very well in the favor of Mordekaiser as he finds the fadeaway Q Malphite. I mean, you feel for him. What do you do as the Malphite? Do you back and just lose that entire wave? You stick around and he goes down. But now the play is in the bottom lane. The Senna walks away with 1 HP. The Volley Bear, he wants that kill. He's chasing it. He does find it. And now the grand entrance, but the red team is on the back foot for sure. Flash forward from the Mordekaiser. He's already gotten the kill. He's gotten up that essence. Pulls the Fiddlesticks into the Shadow Realm and takes him down. And that's going to be 2 kills for the blue team. 5-0 here in this game. Samira, she's playing with fire here. She takes a tower shot. But she is going to stand, and the blue team will back off, and they'll go get the dragon.
As you intelligently pointed out earlier, the adaptation in the draft phase from the blue team is completely paying off. Having the Mordekaiser to thank for the Samira, and of course, the fact that he's smashing his lane contributes a lot to that.
Yeah, it works so well with their composition. You'd be able to isolate one of the pieces of that wombo combo, because if you look back at the VODs and the games that the red team had won, it all came off of layering their abilities together. It was the Swain ult on top of the Fiddlesticks ult, on top of Galio, Malphite, Senna, and all of those ultimates working together is what makes their team fight so powerful. Mordekaiser essentially gets to say, yeah, you don't get to have a Fiddlesticks in that situation. You don't get to have a Swain ult. I'm going to take one of those key puzzle pieces that you have, and everybody knows what you do with a puzzle that's missing a piece. You throw it in the garbage.
Yeah. And from now, it's going to be tough for the red team to claw their way back into this game.
It definitely will. They're staring down a 4,000 gold deficit. Not impossible. Not by any means. Remember, we've still seen some crazy plays from this Senna and Swain specifically. But this Mordekaiser in the top lane is going to be a thorn in their side for sure, making it harder at every step of the way to claw their way back into this game. Now we see Samira getting a bit aggressive. That Lux ultimate does land, and that means there's enough damage. Samira rather, picks up her second kill of the game. And Bruno, this is where things start to get scary. One lane being out of control, that is manageable. You can deal with that. But once two lanes start to get really snowbally, things start to get dangerous.
Yeah, and on top of that, you have a mid laner that's pretty stable, that's going to do his job on the team fights in Nico.
Oh, no. This poor man.
Give him a break.
What is he supposed to do? Okay, they did. They heard you, Bruno. They listened. They let him out of that one. Good ultimate at the perfect time to get the Malphite out of there. Volibear didn't have the flash, didn't want to follow, but Fiddlesticks over the wall in the bottom lane. He does get the shutdown onto Samira. Good engage from the brush in the jungle. And now Lux, she throws out that binding, but it only hits one, and Senna is able to snipe her down, flashing that Mastery 7 emo. And all of a sudden, the blue team, or red team rather, showing signs of life.
Great job. It's huge for them in stopping the bleeding. Let's see what else they can get from it.
That is the question. Is Fiddlesticks continuing to hang around down here on the bottom side. Meanwhile, Volibear and Mordekaiser teaming up to take down this Rift Herald. This is going to be a straight-in pressure on either side of the map. Can they catch out Samira, though? She blocks the stun with the wind wall, but now that precious cooldown is gone. Dashes away to safety, and Fiddlesticks, oh no, he falls to the turret. That's disastrous. They have to pick up this kill to make this worth it. Samira's already lost a lot of farm, but if she gets any more kills, this is going to be just horrible for them. They do finally get the kill. 2v1 was just too much for the Samira. And it will be a good play overall. But Mordekaiser, he's behind him. They didn't know he was coming through.
Oh, it's
sorry, Nico baited even me. Tricky Nico, even baiting the casters. Now the real Mordekaiser is joined the fight, and he's going to bring Senna into the death realm, avoiding Galio altogether. There's nowhere left for Senna to run. And mark my words, never mind, she is able to get out just fine. CC's going to land. Galio gets pulled back in, has to flash away. And then Mordekaiser, as strong as he is not able to get anything done.
Yeah, impressive from the Senna, managing to escape the Death Realm, survive through the whole duration of it, and get up unscathed.
Yeah, really good use of the brush there in the Death Realm. The fact that Mordekaiser was not able to get that third auto attack off, start ramping up that AoE damage, because Senna was so smartly weaving in and out of the brush, making sure that he didn't actually have the vision to use those auto attacks. Well played for sure, but it is a big hill to climb, as there are still some very fed members on the blue team. And the Rift Herald taking down the first turret in the mid lane, second turret rather, but really starting to open up the map. Oh, and they might have found more. The Lux ultimate from downtown to Comet, actually, is able to secure the kill. The flash forward not necessary from Mordekaiser.
Yeah, and the Malphite has been on his own for quite some time now, but even still, you look at the minion difference, and it's scary.
Yeah, 50 CS to 112. Malphite's thankful that he's able to finally get some farm, but it doesn't mean he's anywhere close to being back into the game. That is a finished Riftwalker from the Mordekaiser. He is going to have tons of Magic Pen, which is going to be good against something like the Galio, like the Swain. And, I'm looking at the itemization from the Malphite, and there's still a lot of health being purchased. We'll see what he spends when he goes back to base, but I want to see him go for this MR, because even though we're getting into the team fight zone, the Mordekaiser is the one that is strong right now, and you need to be able to survive it.
Yeah, in 2 or 3 minutes, he has to turn these, what it looks like a garage sale pieces into a significant purchase. Otherwise, he's gonna get cut through like butter in the team fights.
It does look like he's going for the Sunfire, which always a good item, but I actually there's a little bit of nuance there. I do think he should have gone a bit more for some magic resist, but they actually did buff Sunfire win games, so they give equal amounts of armor and MR, so it's not the worst purchase. Unfortunately, I just don't think from playing from behind that a more damage-oriented tank item is going to be his best bet, because the other items that build out of that Burning Aegis actually offer more resistances. A lot of the power of Sunfire is because it is built to be an offensive tank item. It has ramping damage, but you sacrifice that tankiness for it.
Yeah. Now, when you look at the gold difference, 6K advantage for the blue team, but looking on the bright side for the red team, now they're gonna have a little bit more trouble. The blue team is gonna have a little bit more trouble in ballooning this gold advantage, because now they have to start taking the tier 2 towers.
Yeah, they have a little bit of siege in their composition. Ooh, Blast Code over. Volibear, he's found the Senna. There comes the Lux Ultimate to buy some time. Senna still hasn't fallen. There she goes. Meanwhile, on the backside, it was the Samira going down. That is ADC for support / ADC instead of fully validity. But 1-for-1 trade, not bad for the red squad. But if they lose more here, it could be trouble. Malphite does get out safely. When you're 6,000 gold down, we take those.
Absolutely. It's a shame that the Malphite hasn't been able to get an offensive ultimate so far. He's only been able to go back to escape, right? But that's the situation he found himself in, having to face the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, we'll be looking for some more impactful ultimates once he's able to get at least that Sunfire cape under his belt, and have a bit more survivability going into these fights, because right now, he very much will just get one shot if he decides to ult in. That will be to his death, 100%. Now, though, Herald spawning here, just under a minute. There's not much time left on the clock. We'll see if either of these teams want to prioritize it. This blue squad, once again, has been very heavy on the objective control all day long. So it would fit their MO to try to prioritize that one as well. And you can see them already in the jungle. They're trying to just get some pressure, vie for a little bit of vision. Could be spotted out, but Herald has spawned.
And the Malphite is still taking a beating. I don't know if a team fight breaks out, if he's going to be able to... He doesn't even have his teleport, whereas the Mordekaiser does. So, if I'm the red squad, I just give that up.
Yep, I have to agree with you there, Bruno. If I'm the Malphite, I am happy to just sit in my lane and farm under my turret while the blue team takes that Rift Herald. You definitely do not have to show up for that objective. Good binding, though, into a big chunk of damage. Senna has to flash away from it. The red team, they want to fight for this one. The teleport going to be channeled in from the Mordekaiser. Big pullback onto 2. And now Samira has turned online. She gets the big ultimate in the back line. A double kill for the ADC. And this match just turned from bad to worse, as that gold lead is now 9,000 ahead.
You don't have to fight that. Let them take the Rift Herald. Let your Malphite get some more farm under his belt, and then hope for a good team fight in this third Drake that's spawning in a few seconds. So now you essentially have given away both the Rift Herald and the Dragon.
Yeah, as well as multiple kills too, right? I mean, the Samira up to this point was strong, but she wasn't OP strong. Now she's going to be super fed as she's able to go back to base, finish that Bloodthirster. She's going to have that massive survivability, and it's soul point now. So you're definitely on track there, Bruno. Big blunder from the red squad, and they just made the game a whole lot harder for them, but no fear, they at least still have more games to play. We are in a best of 3 for the grand finals, so going into the next game, they will know the strats, they will know what their opponents like to play, and they can start to make some adaptations.
Yeah, the Galio also has not had a very significant impact in the game. Hasn't been able to make good use of his ultimate. So that's something I would already start looking at.
Yeah, it's actually a really good point that I've kind of seen Darksiders just stuck in lane against this Nico. Hasn't really been able to get out and really impact the map. And I attribute that to how well King Bert has been playing the laning phase. Doesn't matter who he's up against, the Yasuos, the Zeds, the Gallios, he's consistently able to control that lane and make it so his opponent has to stay under turret unless he misses a lot of farm.
Yeah, and that's essentially it. If you whoop.
Wow, that's some damage from the Mordekaiser. He flashes forward and under turret. 1v2 doesn't matter. Give him the fight and he's gonna end it. Double kill for the Mordekaiser as the Samira is making plays of her own at the top side of the map. Galio falls 3 kills in quick succession. We'll see if the red team can get one back. A shutdown for the Fiddlesticks as he catches the support off guard. But it is just a consolation prize. Maybe this can start to turn things back. Unless, I don't know about if I can win this one. You are 3 levels down, buddy. That is one fed Mordekaiser. And that is just going to be the cherry on top for the blue team. Make it 4 kills for them. 2 towers. That's a third one. And Rift Herald pop, they might get so much more.
And you can already start to see the tilt from the red team. Swain just typed in the chat, in the old chat, nice hitbox, Mordekaiser.
Oh boy, love to see the friendly banter between the two squads. Mordekaiser not quite able to take down that turret as Swain shows up to defend it, but nonetheless it is an 11,000, 12k now gold lead for the blue team. They're on soul point. The Baron is on the table. They have full control to do whatever the hell they want here in this match.
Yeah, and now it's just a matter of time, and the way the blue team has been playing, they have been pretty consistent, so I would say it's highly unlikely that they throw this game away.
Yeah, it is certainly looking like game 1 will go to the blue squad. I would be shocked if red team were able to pull off a comeback. Crazier things have happened, even here at Cultura Inglesa, but definitely not a good chance. As Malphite 030 is still 3 levels down. He has been Flame Horizon at this point. 73 CS to 193. That is 3 fully finished items for the Mordekaiser, and Malphite finally finishes his Sunfire win game.
And that's tough because he might go into the next game afraid of what he's going to pick because he knows that this might happen to him again. He knows that depending on what he picks, he might get smashed once more.
Yeah, and I think if you're going into that lane, you gotta just try to put on the aggression and attack that Mordekaiser, if that's going to be the pick coming out once again from this top laner. Because remember, we've seen him on the Mordekaiser, we've seen him on the Fiora. The tank or carry, he's able to put up huge numbers, and now the blue squad might be looking for a fight. They kind of just all ran into the mid lane and then just said, nope, never mind, we don't want it. But they might just be baiting their enemies further into the jungle. There goes the Volley Bear, blast code into the back line, and there goes the damage. Legendary is Mordekaiser, and the rest of the team isn't too far behind. The Volley Bear is still taking up so much. The Fiddlesticks trying to get work done. It's a big Crow Storm. It's going to help take down the Nico, but can they finish off Mordekaiser? He is the raid boss. Raid boss down. A shutdown going over to the Malphite, the one who needed it the most this game. He gets vengeance for that top lane. And now we'll see. They're actually able to find some CC on a Samira. but they couldn't get that one. That would have been a second big shutdown. Would have turned this one around. The flash forward would try to get Malphite, but just a little bit too short.
Yeah, but now they've got the soul. Yeah, the cooldown reduction gonna be great on Nico. It's gonna be great on Lux.
And the move speed as well, right? You know, you've got the Samira who, once she pops that ultimate, you see how fast she is. She is impossible to escape. A rampage for the Samira. And she's able to pick up that blue buff as well. And just that entire team, whether it's pulling you into the Death Realm, using that Pop Blossom, or even the Volley Bears, he's trying to get into the back line. The massive move speed boost that you get on top of that ultimate CDR is a dream come true for this blue squad.
Yeah, the gold lead at this point might be too big for the red team to try to mount.
I would say so. 12,000 ahead.
12,000k. Yeah, that's.
You're definitely right, Bruno. This one is looking all but over. And blue team at this point, they probably could end whenever they want, if I'm being completely honest. They would just have to march up the mid lane and just end the game. But it seems like they want to be cautious. They want to check those boxes, make sure that they have the highest chance to close this one out. You know, this might just be, you know, all for fun, making sure that, you know, all in the name of learning, but there's still a little pride going into these tournaments. You want to be the grand finalist.
Yeah, and this has been their playing style. Once they get a lead, it's pretty steady from there, and that's what they're doing.
As they are wailing away this Baron, not any contestation at all. Nico just playing gatekeeper, but the red squad will be content to just farm this one out for now. They know that going to that Baron is a death sentence, and we'll just end the game that much faster. But this could be the final push from the blue team. No inhibitors has fallen just yet. In fact, 2 inhibitor towers still remain in the top and bottom lane. But if past experiences are anything to go off, I'm sure they won't be standing for long.
Yeah, and then when you look at this Samira, how do you ever expect to kill her? There's so much shielding, there's so much lifesteal. You might as well throw everything in the kitchen sink on top of her and still not kill her.
Well, that's exactly what they're going to be hoping to do, but Malphite, he's already down, and that's a big part of the kitchen sink. Now Samira can step up with almost no fear. That Galio posing no threat to her as she pops the QSS and keeps on trucking. Ultimate #1 is going to be feared out of it. And Fiddlesticks will eventually go golden, but dominating is the Samira, and she still picks up the kills. A double kill. The triple not going to fall. Mordekaiser is going to secure that one, but all 5 members going down. And the blue team cleans this one up with the clean ace. Game #1, just as dominating as all their other opponents. They will start the series off with a win.
Yeah, and again, they haven't lost a single turret. They haven't lost a single tower. That's commendable from the blue team.
And they almost haven't lost a single objective either. I'm pretty sure, don't quote me on this, but they lost 1 Cloud Drake, maybe Infernal, in like the first game we watched today. Other than that, it's been 100% objective controlled. Rift Heralds, Barons are usually picking up both rifts, and every single dragon, very often getting the soul. So not only are they winning in CS, towers, objectives, kills, just across the board, this team is by and far the most dominant that we've seen today. Hopefully, the red team can show us something new in game #2, because they've also been extremely dominant, but you know, maybe they've met their match. It's all going to come down to the adaptation.
Yeah, and in terms of that, you already know what the enemy mid laner is going to play. He's 100% going to play the Nico. Surprise him. Pick something that you know you can beat the Nico with. Drop the Galio. The Galio did not impact the map at all. Drop it. Try to come with something creative to beat the Nico.
Yeah, it's just, the question is, what is that creative pick going to be? Because we've seen the Yasuo didn't work at all, which bad matchup to begin with. We've seen the Zed. That one shows some promise, but needs a little bit of jungle attention. Didn't work out in that match either. How far down do you have to reach into your bag of tricks before you can finally find something that can deal with the Nico? And are you even going to be able to comfortable playing that in your composition? Because they've been playing this very team fight style with the Senna and the Swain, and the Galio just fits into that so perfectly. So it's just definitely going to be a challenge for the Red Squad to change this draft in a way that can actually deal with some of those picks. But the other option, always open there to say, hey, maybe it's not a draft issue. Maybe we trust our team composition, and maybe instead we just shore up some of those mistakes. Maybe we don't get double killed in the bottom lane at 5 minutes, and this game starts to look a lot different.
Yeah, it all is going to come down to their confidence. Hopefully, this beating that they just took doesn't take too much of a toll on their mental, because this is going to be key for this next match.
Yeah, hopefully it's more motivation than discouragement. We want them to be fired up, like, hey guys, we lost, we better get them back, and not just, oh, hey guys, we lost, it's all over. Because that's certainly not the case. League of Legends, especially in its current state, is so volatile. There's always a comeback opportunity, even if you're 10,000 gold behind. Yeah,
and from all the teams we watched today, this is the one that has the best chance at beating the blue team. We've seen them dominate others in the other matches, so they just have to find a way to get some advantages in the early game, maybe.
Completely agree. We will be getting the draft phase of the next game coming at you very soon. We're jumping into that one straight away as soon as we can. And this is do or die here for the Red Squad now. We'll see if they decide to stay on the red side and see exactly what they do to change up. Because if they lose this match, it's game over. I mean, they can definitely hold their heads high. Both these teams have made it to the grand finals and looked good doing it. But nobody wants to walk away with second place. And it does look like it is going to be a swap on the sides. So, obviously these teams, no formal names. That's why we've just been calling them blue and red. But It is going to be a swap here. And the Ashe is the hover. That might be the difference maker.
Yeah, and we've been seeing the Ashe with a pretty interesting build that has been coming out with the Muramana. And it's a lot of poke. It might give you an advantage in the laning phase.
Expand that out. We saw a similar build come out last season with the Triforce and Essence Reaver, and essentially spamming that CDR, making sure that you could get those Ws and those ultimates out as quickly as possible. And it does become very impressive, especially to a team that wants to fight into you, that wants to engage, because you're just getting constantly slowed down, and just the damage as well is very intense. Now, looking at the hovers coming through, we can tell that the red team is feeling a bit more comfortable. Last game, we were saying was a bit of a departure from their normal style. They put some more thought into their front line and getting that front-to-back team fight. Now, they're feeling good. They're like, we're going to go right back to the damage. The Fiora, the Hecarim, they're trying to make this one just as bloody as all their other ones.
Yeah, and if the Hecarim manages again to get and gank early and snowball from the early game, I would be worried about that. Because last time he did that, he totally ran away with the game.
Now we'll see exactly what happens in what could be the very last match. It's the very last chance here for the blue team to claw their way back into this fight. We're going to go into a short break as these players hop on to Summoner's Rift. Don't go anywhere. The penultimate game of this series is coming right at you. Welcome back, everybody. It's Trevor, Audio Goodrich, teacher Bruno, bringing you what could be the last match of this grand finals. It's a 1-0 lead for the red team this game, and we have seen just one-sided matches all day. Game one was no different. It was a 26-minute, 15-plus thousand goal lead ahead, and for the blue team, it's do or die here. They got to make a big change, and they got to make it now.
Yeah, the first game was definitely a slaughter. Now they have to completely reset their mental, go in as if it was the first game of the match. Forget about whatever happened in the first game. Of course, there's not going to be a Mordekaiser and Malphite in the top lane, so that's already a good start for you.
Definitely is. We're going to see the Leona, actually. This is interesting coming out of here. The Leona and the Vigar, not something that we really talked about. Not going to be the Swain, but it is still going to be the mage down there in the bottom lane. The Vigar offers a lot of utility in these team fights. It can be very annoying, especially for champions that don't have blinks or champions that rely on dashes. Thinking Samira, Fiora, Hecarim, throwing down that baby cage in those fights can really shut down a lot of opportunities. So I like this adaptation, at least in the draft, from the blue team a lot.
Yeah, I just think that it's Aphelios Leona bottom lane, right?
Yes, so Aphelios Leona bottom lane. Oh, you're correct. It's going to be the Vigar in the mid lane. The scoreboards throw me off a little bit. I'm not going to lie.
No, yeah, but still, your point stands. I think in terms of the team fights, the BB cage can be extremely impactful, preventing the Hecarim from. I mean, given that it doesn't have his ultimate, right? But preventing him from going into a priority target can come a long way for the blue team.
And it's also a champion that doesn't mind playing passively in that mid lane, right? Up until now, we've seen the Nico go up against things like the Galio, things like the Zed, champions that want to get out of lane, roam, impact the map, but they've been stuck there because Nico is just so good at the wave clear. Level 1, the Ignite taking him down. Camille, what happened there?
Oh, what a way to forget about the last game.
Exactly. What a way to start this one off by taking one of the star players, their top laner, solo killing him. That's both summoners, too, coming out of that one. Definitely an impressive play. And Mandy Show on this Camille does not have flash. I think the Fiora might not have been expecting that because that extra combat power from the Ignite was enough to take him down, and they're going to start off at least on the right foot.
Yeah, and oops, Veigar got killed.
And we see Nico getting a kill onto the Vigar as well. It seems like we might be jumping around a little bit in the timeline. Let's take a look at that one. Yeah, it's just a simple combo, the EQ auto attack Ignite, and there was nothing that the Vigar could do, staying in lane way too long and low HP.
Yeah, and that's something you don't want to see again. The Nico dominating the mid lane, and this time around from a much earlier stage. That's a concern you should have.
Yeah, and the point I was going to make earlier was that the Vigar is a champion that doesn't mind staying in that lane, just farming up. But if you're going to be getting solo killed, level 3 under tower, then that point kind of goes out the window. It's jungle v jungle, but the horse is going to win, of course, as the ghost is going to be popped in. Oh my goodness, actually, this sad little mummy turns it around, doesn't even need the help of his top laner. But he's there nonetheless in spirit. He's able to get the solo kill.
Yeah, that was
oh no, that turret shot. That cage. King Bert flashing 2 more auto attacks would do it. Vigar flashes forward, but he doesn't have the damage. What a crazy turn of events here for the blue team. We talked about, hey, maybe it's just execution. They're feeling pretty good with the execution right now.
Yeah, and what's already a skill matchup in the top lane. Camille and Fiora, it gets further swing by the fact that the Camille, as you can see, dodges
Good
the
hold on that hook shot there to wait until the riposte was finished so he didn't get stunned in return. Yeah, that's the skill matchup we're waiting for. And finally, we get to see somebody challenging the red team.
Yeah, and the Camille is just shrugging off the last game. It's as if it never happened.
That's exactly the mindset they need to have, because I bet they wish it hadn't happened. Now Leona locking onto the Samira is able to stun her up. Aphelios as well, going to put in some damage to the red and purple guns. But it doesn't look like they're cutting back very effectively. Leona taking the worst of that trade. They do get a lot of damage down to both members. Flash burn. Oh, but the worst timing as Hecarim just comes in for a gank. Aphelios has to flash away as well. Now Aphelios has joined the fight. Can they get that stun? They do onto the Samira. There's the follow-up CC. Even the Zenith blade onto the Samira to end it all off. One more CC will take down the Hecarim. A kill for the Aphelios. And things are going so much better for the blue team this time around.
Yeah, and Trevor, we might have a series on our hands.
We might have a series indeed, Bruno. You're obviously still a little bit early to call that. We'll see how the red team is able to bring this one back. But this is the first time that we've seen them down gold in ever. I mean, all day they have just been up from the first minute, no matter what. And the gold leaves has just been so incredibly high. So now we get to see how they play from behind, if they're able to temper that aggression that they've shown.
Yeah, the question now is, are they going to crumble under the pressure, or are they going to put up a fight and stabilize and come back into the game?
It's all going to start, for me at least, in this top lane. I think Gevadier has been so impactful, so crucial to this team's success on the Mordekaiser, on the Fiora. A lot of the times that we have said, what the heck? How can you do that? How can you?
Yeah. I absolutely agree. I think the Fiora has been a pivotal player for the red team, and let's see how he's going to behave now that he's behind for the first time this entire day. He has always been the one in the aggression, and now he has to sit back for a while. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Leona looking to engage, misses out on the Zenith Blade. Aphelios ulting. The Amumu might be looking for a gank, but the red team just walks back and avoids the gank. Camille goes in, gets a great trade.
Yeah, really good chunk there by the Camille. Sheen inventory is starting to turn that lane on its head, only against the single cloth armor. Now Ninja Tappy will help that Fiora.
And it's even weird to see the Fiora going for the Ninja Tabi first when he has been the aggressor this whole day. That's the first time we're seeing something like that.
It definitely is, but it's a welcome change. I'm glad we finally get to see some competition between these two squads. The back and forth smashes have just been a little bit too quick for my taste. One player we still have to keep an eye on, though, is Nico in this mid lane. She's 1-0, already up to that lost chapter, is building up a mean CS lead for herself, too. And this player has been a staple of the red squad, always having good performances. So here at the top lane, it's the Camille versus the Fiora again. She holds on to the hook shot smartly, and here comes a Mumu that should be the kill going over. Almost traded back with that grand challenge, but not enough damage in time. The Ligar, though! Nico, how can you keep doing that? That's illegal. I never knew Nico was a one-shot burst mage at level 8. The red team gets 2 kills back for themselves. It's a grab one in the bottom lane after the fact. And they're keeping this one competitive for sure. Down 2 kills and a dragon, but slightly up in gold.
how can a Nico dominate a lane this hard? She's 2 kills up, 2 solo kills by the way, and more than double to the CS of the Vigar. That's impressive. And about to take the tower also. Yeah, in the meantime, Hecarim just got himself a kill, so he might be finding his way back into the game. We all know how oppressive a Fed Hecarim can be, so if he manages to get another good gank off and get another kill, then I could definitely see him putting the weight of this game on his shoulders. Nico still trying to be aggressive. Hits another root, goes in with the ultimate. That's a third solo kill. Third solo kill for the Nico. Oh my word. Look at the Mumu. This Fiora doesn't catch a break in the top lane. Hecarim is here for the counter gank. Oh my god. The 2v2. Hecarim with the kill. Just as I said he needed to do. The Fiora hitting the vitals. The Amumu is too strong though with the ultimate. If she procs this, that's a kill and a shutdown. 450 gold in the pocket of Fiora. And the red team. We were wondering how it would behave being behind for the first time in the game, and they're doing extremely well.
Yeah, they don't seem phased at all. Up 10,000 gold, down, it doesn't matter. These guys pulling off the plays, making the moves. That tower down to 1 HP here in the mid lane. Honestly, if you're the Nico, I don't even let that turret fall because you want to keep this Vigar trapped in his own little personal hell as long as you can.
Oh my
Another
gosh.
ability to get, and look at that damage.
Disgusting. That's disgusting. Yeah, and it appears that we went back a little bit here. But the Nico now acquired a 50 CS lead on top of the Veigar. And that's just going to get worse, I think.
Yeah, and Vigar, similar to the Nasus we saw yesterday, now obviously doing a lot better in this situation, but he's one that wants to be stacking up his farm. He wants to be hitting his Qs on those minions, and if he is suffering in lane, if he is not allowed to consistently stack those up, it's going to be way too long, way too the game before he gets to that powerful point. So this aggression and this lane dominance from the Nico is so much more impactful because her opponent is a late game scaling champion that needs a lot of resources to get going.
Yeah, and this player, Kimber, has been solid.
Great CC there by the Leona. Sorry to cut you off, Bruno. He does actually get out of there, but in the mid lane, Vigar, once again, is going to be the brunt of the play there from team. Here in the top lane, it's another skill check between these two squads. Riposte isn't going to really block much. You can't block tower shots with that. He wants the lifesteal, gets the last proc. No, he does. The Ignite comes through once again to shut him down.
Impressive from the Camille. Just when the Fiora had gotten a good influx of gold from the last play, she got a really big shutdown. Was feeling herself, but then the Camille says, "Sit down, kid. I still own this top lane." In the meantime, the two bottom lanes just farming away. Samira with 104 CS, Phelios with 105, so pretty equal in terms of CS. Just a slight advantage for the Phelios because he has a kill. And Samira only has an assist. Amumu looking for a gank here.
And we'll see what he's able to get done. Does sweep out the vision there, and spotted on it means that Samira and Senna are going to play very safe. Hecarim over the wall as well. You can see a lot of players starting to roam down to this, but the Herald plays have already been gotten, and nobody's quite pulling the trigger quite yet. There goes Hecarim over the wall. He's looking for the play. As there is a great ultimate onto 3, hits the main target too, and that's enough damage to take him down. Can they find a second? The Leona goes golden, but honestly, that's just going to seal her fate. The Senna drops in the ultimate from afar, and a double kill for the Hecarim. He falls to the tower, but it's a 2-3 now for 1. Now, the red team, they're just continuing this lane of dominance, and although it's only a 4,000 gold lead, we've seen what they can do with that and what they can turn it into.
Yeah, it's honestly really impressive to see. They can play it from behind, they can play it when they're ahead, obviously, and this team is really well coordinated. It's just beyond me how impressive this is.
Yeah, I mean, and look here. I mean, standing on top of a ward, Nico, once again, she's going to get a solo kill. There's nothing this Nico cannot do.
Yeah. Okay, can we already award an MVP for the series? Look at that. The guy is just too good on his champion.
Are indeed going to be Vigar finally responding from that. Herald is on the table right now. We barely had a chance to talk about objectives this game. Surprisingly, the blue team picking up the first 2 dragons.
Yeah.
And I believe first Red Herald as well. So this is kind of the first game that we've seen the red squad not have complete control over this.
Yeah, and I think this is an indictment of what was the early game was. Having an advantage in the top lane, and first with the Camille, Leona goes in.
Yeah, she's able to get the Leona out alive with a sliver of HP, but Nico slinks away as well. She's a slippery chameleon. And now the blue team's looking for the dive in the top lane. The Amumu has the ultimate. He's going to pop it, taking up the tower, but it's enough damage, enough lifesteal. It's not quite, as he does finally fall. And now the red squad is going to turn it around as the Hecarim, he finds the helicopter, and he finds the kill. It's a 2-for-1, still in of the red squad.
Yeah, it seems like the game is leaping away from the blue team. The Camille is the only one who's really, you can say, has an advantage. The bottom lane, it's the Samira is getting too fat already. She completed the Bloodthirster. That's going to be a problem.
Yeah, it's going to be so difficult to take down that Samira. Might not have a crazy scoreline, but it's gotten up to her edge of match. She's going to start doing some real damage. Triforces as well complete both Hecarim and Fiora. These are some big ticket, powerful items for this squad. Going into some of these big objectives, Nico finds the Pop Blossom, finds the Vigar once again. Honestly, though, not going to change much for the blue squad, because at this point, he's more just a walking ward at this point.
Yeah, he's a baby cage ball. If he manages to get one good stun off, then he might give his team a chance.
They find some good stuns onto the backline. Blue is pushing in aggressively here, but Samir is able to take down the support. That is another kill going over to the blue squad. And the health bars are so very wrong. Blue team, they want to get this dragon. It's not crucial, honestly, that they pick this one up, but they've shown that they want to fight for it. It's going to get stolen, or it's going to get taken away. Smartly, the red team pulled it out of the pit so that Amumu could not land the bandage toss, and yeah, blue team will just go back to farming. 6,000 gold now, 18.5 minutes in.
Yeah, and they went from having an early gold advantage in the top lane to now being 6k behind. That's rough. At this point, you start questioning every move you make, every play you make. You're wondering if you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, at this point, Vigar! I almost thought he was going to get a kill there. Thought he was going to get his revenge. Okay, that's just rude, Fiora, taunting the thumbs up on him. You are going to pay for that sin. Maybe not. The good riposte is going to stop that hook shot in its tracks, and Fiora will walk away, BM into.
Yeah, I was hoping she paid for that too. Not the case,
I
unfortunately.
mean, come on. He's already 0-6. You don't gotta kick him while he's down. He's feeling bad enough about this. But I hope all those players out there are still having fun because it is definitely this is one hell of a finals match. I wouldn't have hoped for anything else, despite the fact that the red team has seriously come back. This is still the first time we've seen them in this position, which is so entertaining.
Yeah, and props to the blue team for the way they came out in the beginning of this game, having suffered a pretty serious beating in the game before, and getting here in the next game and just shrug it off. It's not something easy to do.
No, it's certainly not. And although there's still windows for the blue team though to come back into this one, I'm mainly looking at that Amumu 5-3-1. He is a very tanky boy in full armor. It's really just going to be Nico who can actually start to deal damage to him. If they can find a good wombo combo, the Amumu, the Cages, the Aphelios, there's still possibilities for them to make picks. But right now, the vision control and the awareness from the Red Squad is just too good, and they found themselves another fight to pick. Already the Vygar's out of the fight. The Amumu, he pops the ultimate, but it's only to try to get away. He flashes away with 1 HP, but the Samira will not let him out of her sight. She's dashing through. Already a double kill for the Pony. They clean up for the Red Squad. The Camille finds one on the back half, but she is just going to be leftovers for the red team. It's a 5-for-1 ace in favor of them. 7,000 gold up now at 21 minutes, and they are spinning that Baron.
Yeah, they've got their eyes set on the Baron. Denico is going to take a free tower here. And yeah, the game's going to get worse from here for the blue team.
It certainly is, and I mean they're hoping for a miracle right now, but it's just the red team is not giving them a single inch to work with. They are making sure they cover all their angles, warding up the jungle. They're pushing in waves at the correct moments. I'm very impressed at the level of cohesiveness that these squads are having, and it's just certainly a great match that we get to watch here. Looking at the items coming through, we finally see an item completed for the Vygar. He sold his starting item. He just has the Proto Belt in inventory. Not the standard that we see for Vygars, but it's going to give him some much-needed mobility and maybe stop him from dying a couple more times.
Maybe he can throw himself into the mix with the Proto Belt and then just drop Baby Cage before he dies, and his job is done.
Yeah, it just takes that one cage if you can get it onto a couple key members to turn those fights around. We'll see how useful he's able to be. Dragon here spawning in just under a minute. This one, still the red team is pretty far away from that soul. They're going to be stacking that one up for a while. But it presents an opportunity to try and force a fight because the blue team, even with them being so far behind, they've shown that they really want to contest these objectives at every turn.
That they do. Now, the Camille is going to have to get really creative with the flanks if they want a chance at fighting for this Drake. By the looks of it, it seems that they're just going to give up.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's the smart play here, Bruno. This is not going to be even the sole point for the red squad. I don't think this is a dragon that you need to contest. But, walking up, they're clearing out some visions. They're posturing for maybe some sort of miracle steal. The red squad is smartly, again, pulling this one out, making sure that there's not even room for that Amumu to throw in the bandage toss. It did reset, though, and they're not pulling it out anymore. Getting in this to steal it. No, great ultimate, but it's the Aphelios that secures the objective, and now the fight's going horribly wrong for the blue squad. They lose the objective, they lose the kills, they lose absolutely everything. And now a clean ace for the red squad, rather losing just the Samira. The lane is open for them to march this inhibitor. 15 seconds on the Leona, the soonest member to spawn. This could potentially even be more. If the Hecarim were to tank up the tower for seconds, They can just end the game right here. This could be it, Bruno.
Yeah, we might have our champions right now.
The first Nexus turret has fallen. The wave is thinning out, but it's still there. Members are respawning, and they're going to take no chances. They don't want to risk that base push. They don't want to risk failing and losing the Baron offhand of it. They even have to blow the flash at the end as Sen is almost caught out by the Camille. The Red Squad, they're going to take absolutely everything they can off the back of that play. Man, they're the just level of discipline from this squad. The other team I would have known would have gone for the end there.
Yes.
Oh no, with the Fiora, she's trapped inside the Hextech ultimatum. She's kiting around the backside of the fight, down to just single-digit HP, but she lives. There is no way that should be possible. How does Fiora keep getting away with this? They find another kill. They can't take the Baron because the health bars are a bit too low, but there's super minions pushing into the base. The Vigar has to deal with them. Camille now caught out, trying to go too far. King Birdie is legendary, and Samira will stay alive after it all. The jungler falls, and surely this is the final nail in the coffin. A triple kill for the Nico, and it's just Vigar and Leona alive. Level 10 support and a level 11 mid laner with only an item to his name. Up against 4 members. The Fiora almost has teleport here.
Yeah, they're going for the end.
That's going to be it, Bruno. One last push. The Nexus will fall time. And a 2-0 sweep, continuing their dominance. The red team is going to be your champions of today's tournament.
It was a great game, though. The blue team put up quite a fight. Unfortunately, things didn't go their way. It seemed like everything they tried came just a little bit short, and that was what cost them the series.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head right there, because I briefly mentioned it earlier, but the red team just felt like in every situation that they were put into, where they had to have a skill matchup, right? Where they go into a fight and you don't know who's going to come out on top. It was always them. They won the skill matchup 9 out of 10 times. I want to say 9.9 out of 10 times. And that is how they were able to consistently get those leads and even those comebacks there in that last game. So I'm impressed by the level of execution that they had. Even more impressed when you factor in that, again, they're not communicating in their native language. This is all to help them learn to speak English, and they're playing at this level while doing so. Definitely impressive, and my hat's off to them.
Yeah, they were just such a well-oiled machine. It was impressive, to say the least. The level of communication and coordination is just mesmerizing.
It absolutely is. But congratulations to them for winning today's tournament. Definitely. Although, it was all for, the good of education, it got to feel great to come home with a W and be the best in your group. But that is going to be all that we have for tonight. So thank you, everyone, for coming out to watch. I hope you enjoyed the show. If you did, make sure you follow Cultura Inglesa here on Twitch. Make sure you go check them out on Twitter, because there's going to be more action coming at you next weekend on Saturday, same exact time, same exact place. We're going to have some more games for you. So make sure you watch me and Bruno bring you another great series. With that, we're going to say goodnight.
O inglês une todas as culturas e transforma um mundo em um só. E faz parte da cultura inglesa trazer este mundo até você. Aprender inglês de verdade, de forma dinâmica e divertida, com aulas ao vivo pela internet, faz parte da cultura inglesa. Com os professores mais capacitados do mercado, que te ajudarão a falar inglês desde a primeira aula. Ser a escola de inglês mais completa, com as melhores condições de pagamento, faz parte da cultura inglesa. O mundo faz parte da cultura inglesa.